Chapter 5172. Lin Ling was in an extremely good mood. After all, upgrading the universe was a matter of great luck. Su-gods might not be able to upgrade the universe even after tens of millions of years. As for Lin Ling, he dared to come to the 6th level and immediately encountered such a good thing. Inform them to meet up. While Ling was happy, he checked his voice transmission talisman and found that everyone had entered. He quickly contacted everyone and told them to meet up at a location. Looking at the map, it seems that the southeast is more suitable. After Ling found the direction, he ran with large strides. Now that he saw everyone safe and sound, he could finally relax. He was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar. But at this moment, in the dense grass ahead, there was a terrifying roar of a divine beast. The ferocious aura made Lin Ling's expression change slightly. He did not dare to approach it. Wild. The wind blew and the tall grass was blown. Other than the roar, there was no other sound. Following that, a pair of huge eyes appeared and slowly swam out of the grass. The eyes were filled with a dense mist like flames. Following that, there was the sound of grass being flipped. It was very dull and the ground trembled slightly. What a powerful aura! Lin Ling was shocked. Then his pupils constricted. On the ground, a huge turtle crocodile the size of a mountain was slowly crawling. The turtle crocodile's mouth was tightly shut. There was thick moss on its shell, making it look like a rock. When it moved slowly, it was like a mountain was moving. It was like the universe was floating. Roar. Ling drew a cold breath and looked at the turtle crocodile. In the eyes of the turtle crocodile, he sensed an ancient, cold, and emotionless. Not good. Lin Ling's expression changed instantly. He felt a sense of danger approaching. He unleashed all his speed. Boom. Roar. Just as he disappeared, a light curtain suddenly fell from the sky. It was silent, but after it landed on the ground, all the grass within 100 meters turned into nothingness. This light curtain did not seem powerful, but it could wipe out any life. It had no effect on inanimate objects. While this kind of attack was the most terrifying. After all, it was not a pure strength attack and it was silent. Brr. Coupled with its ability to wipe out life, it was very difficult to resist. Brr. Ling's pupils constricted. The divine beast on the 6th level was too powerful. Again. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a curtain of light descended from the sky, forcing Lin Ling to run madly once again. The curtain of light brushed past him, and the place where he was previously standing turned into nothingness. Moreover, it was like a plague that spread towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only run 100 meters away to avoid the terrifying power. Looking at the surrounding 100 meters, all the grass had withered. However, without waiting for Lin Ling to catch his breath, another light curtain fell. It was still silent. Lin Ling cursed angrily. He erupted with all his strength and dodged the attack again. However, dodging like this was not the way to go. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the gigantic crocodile. The crocodile's cold eyes were still looking at Lin Ling, emotionless and cold. Bastard! Ling cursed angrily. He was just passing by, yet this bastard wanted to kill him and even revealed such a gaze. Lin Ling had fought his way from the Dao realm to the Dao pagoda. He had experienced many life and death crises and faced countless deities. Yet, he had never been forced by a monster beast like this. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he charged straight at the turtle crocodile, slashing down with his sword. Buzz. Buzz. The light curtain fell again, but Lin Ling dodged it. Boom. However, just as he approached the turtle crocodile, terrifying flames suddenly appeared and burned the earth. These flames were divine flames and were extremely extraordinary. However, compared to the light curtain, the damage caused by the divine flames was obviously much smaller. This was a power attack. Deity. The flames burned Lin Ling, causing his body to be riddled with holes. His flesh and blood began to catch fire. However, these attacks were not fatal to Lin Ling, who had a powerful physical body. Rumble. The sword struck the turtle crocodile's shell. Rocks flew everywhere and there was a boom like an explosion. However, this sword could split open a mountain but could not split open the turtle shell. Swish. La la. On the contrary, countless barbs rushed out of the turtle shell. They were as sharp as swords, forcing Lin Ling to retreat. Clang. Clang clang. Lin Ling kept swinging his sword to block the barbs. Then he took a step in the air and disappeared in another direction, suddenly attacking from the other side. The turtle crocodile did not move at all, like an old monk sitting cross-legged. However, when Lin Ling approached, its turtle shell suddenly opened like a huge mouth. The earth churned as it revealed its fangs and swallowed Lin Ling. This huge mouth was very big and an ancient musty smell wafted out. Moreover, it was moving very quickly. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. This old turtle's reaction was too fast. At this time he had no choice. He could either dodge or fight with his life on the line. In the end, Lin Ling chose to fight with his life on the line. In his opinion, the turtle shell swallowing him meant that the turtle crocodile had no more turtle shell to defend itself. Boom. Rumble. Lin Ling allowed the huge mouth to swallow him. Then the turtle shell merged and stood on the back of the turtle crocodile like a mountain. Inside the huge mouth, it was pitch black and the musty smell was even stronger. Lin Ling could also hear the sharp teeth colliding and biting toward him. These teeth were very sharp and there were a lot of them. After countless years, Lin Ling could not guarantee that he could block them. Universe 3 Extreme Break. Lin Ling's soul power was no longer the same as before. He looked at the bottom of the turtle shell and slapped out fiercely. The cosmic rays were extremely dense like a net and shot out. He was also racing against time. He hoped that the Universe 3 Extreme Break would be effective. At this moment, the hard teeth on the left and right were merging. The area was very large and covered the sky. Lin Ling could not dodge at all. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. He held the sword with his right hand and his left palm facing down. His soul power poured out crazily. "Hurry up!" he shouted angrily in his heart. At this moment, the teeth on both sides suddenly stopped moving. On the contrary, the giant turtle was trembling. Its soul was intimidated by Lin Ling. At this moment, its mind was blank. Kill? Lin Ling's universe appeared on the surface of Ling's body, protecting him firmly. He still held the tyrannical song in his right hand, but a dazzling light sword appeared in his left hand. This was the sword of faith. Endless power of faith surged, making this sword incomparably dazzling, as if it could cut through everything. He crossed his swords and slashed down. While below him was a bottomless abyss with countless sharp barbs that looked like swords. However, Lin Ling had activated Lin Ling's universe, and the light around him was protecting him. It was extremely tough and it actually broke all those barbs. Ka. The ear-piercing sound kept ringing in Lin Ling's ears. He gritted his teeth and focused his eyes. Success or failure depended on this. He finally rushed to the bottom of the abyss, crossed his two swords and slashed out fiercely. Boom, rumble. A deafening sound started to ring. The sword slash disappeared below, as if it could not hurt the turtle crocodile at all. Lin Ling's expression changed greatly. How strong is this turtle crocodile? Could it be a middle-stage universe giant god? Not good. Chapter 5173. The inside of the turtle shell was dead silent. It's dead? Lin Ling frowned slightly. After careful inspection, he realized that the cross sword he had slashed out had penetrated the entire turtle crocodile. Furthermore, the power of faith was destroying everything. At the same time, light appeared in the sky. The merged turtle shell was slowly opening, growing bigger and bigger. Finally, with a loud rumble, it was as if two mountains had collapsed. Lin Ling was in midair, witnessing everything. Following that, he realized that the turtle shell on both sides was turning into rock and its vitality was dissipating. Lin Ling immediately rushed out and landed on the grass. Following that, he saw that the huge turtle crocodile had turned into a mountain rock. Its ancient eyes were petrified. He checked for a moment and then cursed. That was because the turtle crocodile looked so powerful, but after its death, it did not leave behind any treasures. All of it had turned into rock. Lin Ling walked around the huge turtle crocodile and finally left gloomily. After wasting so much of his time, it did not leave behind a single hair. Looking at the injuries all over his body, Lin Ling was even more depressed. "Junior brother, are you here? Why are you standing still when I see you?" At that moment, Qing Zhu's voice came from the voice transmission talisman. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling was even more depressed. He could only continue forward and meet up with the others. However, at that moment, a mysterious aura surged over. It was very rich in spiritual energy. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly as he followed the spirit qi. Then, in a valley he saw a large number of round stones. These stones were the size of a fist and some were the size of a millstone. They emitted a white glow. However, the spiritual energy was extremely rich, almost catching up to the chaos stones. Back in the chaos realm, Lin Ling had obtained the chaos stones and knew the spiritual energy hidden in them. Could these be dragon stones? Lin Ling guessed. Thinking back to the turtle crocodile, he completely understood. It turned out that the turtle crocodile was guarding these dragon stones. Haha, I'm rich. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He had finally gained something from killing the turtle crocodile. He rushed into the valley and continued to investigate. Soon after, he discovered that the number of dragon stones here was simply beyond his imagination. They were densely packed and scattered all over the ground. Lin Ling immediately picked up a fist-sized dragon stone and refined it. The dragon stone seemed to be burning as it emitted a white dragon-like mist that surged into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling instantly sensed that his cultivation had advanced by a large margin. Dragon stones seemed to be even more effective than luck. With these dragon stones, I'm probably even closer to breaking through. Lin Ling was overjoyed and hurriedly collected the dragon stones. Soon after, he discovered that these dragon stones were actually like roots, as if they were products of the earth and also like a type of plant. Furthermore, some of the dragon stones had more solid roots and required a certain amount of time to pull them out. Seeing this, Lin Ling decided to look for a huge dragon stone. After all, it would be a waste of time to find a small one. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. It seemed that after Turtle Crocodile's death, the area was once again protected by a divine beast, which allowed the gods to dare to enter and explore. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed angrily. At first he wanted to chase them away, but when he saw that there were many dragon stones in the valley and besides he couldn't collect all of them himself, he simply let them be. What's this? Dragon stones? So many dragon stones. I'm rich. Only 5 gods had entered, and when they saw the vast valley of dragon stones, they were all so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. Hey, someone came early. Someone had also noticed Lin Ling and greeted him with a smile at Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had come first and didn't stop them from coming, so they were also embarrassed. Do as you wish. Lin Ling glanced at them calmly. At first, he wanted to chase them away, but he sensed that even more gods had arrived. Moreover, these people were quite polite, so in the end he let it go. Thank you, thank you. Those people cupped their hands at Lin Ling and then hurriedly collected dragon stones. Moreover, they also collected small dragon stones with great tacit understanding. After all, although small dragon stones were small, if there were enough of them, they would be enough for cultivation. As expected, more and more people entered the valley, causing Lin Ling to know that it would probably be very difficult to keep all of the dragon stones. After an unknown period of time, a large group of people suddenly entered the valley. When they saw the dazzling dragon stones in the valley, they were all overjoyed. Dragon stones, so many dragon stones. Young Master Chu, the cultivation resources that Master needs are enough. An old man shouted excitedly. Yes, so many dragon stones. In the crowd, a scholarly young man licked his lips and was incomparably happy. Only 3 dragon stones are enough, 3 dragon stones are enough. He muttered to himself. Young master, there are more than 3 dragon stones here. Look, there are even stones as big as millstones. The old man chuckled. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the people in the valley and he frowned. Young master, look. The young man immediately looked in the direction the old man was pointing and found that there were indeed many people in the valley. They were also collecting dragon stones. Get out, all of you. The young man couldn't help but shout. Originally, he only needed 3 dragon stones, but there were too many dragon stones here, which aroused his greed. If these dragon stones belonged to him, his family's strength, including his own, would be greatly enhanced. Dragon stones, these were the most precious treasures of the 18 Dragon Mountains. What right do you have? The gods who were collecting dragon stones frowned immediately. This person actually wanted to take them all for himself? Lin Ling also frowned and looked over. When he found that it was the group of people he had met not long ago, he immediately sneered. He was the first to discover this valley, and he also obtained it by killing the turtle crocodile. It was fine that these people came to collect dragon stones, but Lin Ling didn't object and they actually dared to take them all for themselves. What right do I have? Just because I am a member of the Chu family. You unorthodox gods dare to stop me. The young man said angrily. The old man beside him was sly and cunning and he said calmly, Our young master means that we were the first to discover this valley, and even the divine beast guarding the dragon stones was killed by us. Just because of this. He glanced at the crowd and said, You have also collected a lot, so you can keep as many dragon stones as you get. However, you must leave immediately. It is fate that we met, so you don't have to thank us. They killed the divine beast? The people in the valley frowned in disbelief. Only Lin Ling was still smiling coldly. Suddenly he said calmly, What a nice way to put it. Then what is the divine beast in this valley? Who is talking? Lin Ling's voice drifted in the valley, so young Master Chu and the others didn't see Lin Ling. Tell me, What is the divine beast? Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. Young Master Chu frowned immediately. He really didn't know what it was. He stuttered and said, "It is a dragon." "Young Master." The old man beside him immediately pulled him back. This was the 18 Dragon Mountains, so it was impossible for a dragon to appear here. After all, there were rumors that the 18 Dragon Mountains were actually 8 ancient dragons. With the 18 dragon gods here, the other dragons wouldn't dare to come close. A dragon? Something is wrong. The crowd became suspicious. They knew about this legend. No, it is a giant rock divine bear. Chapter 5174. Rock God Bear. Many people's eyes flickered. They had heard of this divine beast before. It was said that it stood like a human and was as tall as a mountain with long arms. However, its strength and speed were extremely terrifying. Is it a rock god bear? Why do I seem to see a crocodile-like turtle not far from the valley? Suddenly, Lin Ling's voice drifted out of the valley again. Damn it! The old man cursed in his heart. That was the golden Dao crocodile, which possessed a kind of universal law that could exterminate life. It was extremely powerful. They had only dared to enter the bushes after seeing the golden Dao crocodile die. Yeah, I seem to have seen it too. It has turned into a rock. Could it be that the guardian divine beast of this area is actually the golden Dao crocodile? But why did they say it was a rock god bear? Could it be? The gods in the valley came to their senses, and their gazes toward the old man and his companions changed slightly. When young Master Chu saw that his plan had been exposed, he was also furious. He said coldly, "Who is this sneaky person? Come out and speak if you have the ability. Hiding your head and tail, it seems that you are also a thief." "Ha ha, are you trying to falsely accuse me after failing to deceive me? I don't need to be sneaky when dealing with small characters like you." At this moment, Lin Ling finally walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked at young Master Chu and his companions indifferently. It's him. People recognized Lin Ling. Wasn't he the first person to come to the valley? It's you? Young Master Chu also recognized Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling seemed to be a newcomer who wanted to search for the dragon stone with them. However, they rejected him and even drove him away domineeringly. They didn't expect him to be the one causing trouble. You don't even know that turtle crocodile, yet you have the nerve to say that you found the valley first. Let me tell you, I was the first to enter the valley. Lin Ling looked at young Master Chu mockingly. Young Master Chu felt humiliated. If he had known that this person was so lucky, he would have brought him along. However, now that things had come to an end, he simply shed all pretense of cordiality. So what if it's you? This is the Chu family's business. Unimportant people, get out of the valley. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The gods in the valley were not very strong and they had more people on their side. Therefore, he also drove them away in a domineering manner. What if I don't leave? Lin Ling could not help but smile. Then don't blame me. Touch him. Young Master Chu waved his hand and called for the old man to attack. The old man was a deity realm giant god at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Killing a Saint Junior was as easy as flipping his hand. I gave you face but you don't want it. Sure enough, that elder threw himself over, terrifying divine force erupting, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if they were suppressed by a formless pressure. The difference between a deity and a saint was too great. It was not something they could withstand at all. Of course, to Lin Ling, this old man was not even comparable to the Myriad Waves King. After all, this old man did not have a powerful ancient divine body. Your Excellency, be careful. Someone suddenly reminded Lin Ling because he saw that Lin Ling was actually indifferent. After all, this was a god-level giant universe god. Ka. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. A 5-realm universe appeared in his hand. He fused his innate talent, mobilized all his strength and threw this universe out. Although the old man was not as strong as the Myriad Waves King, he was still a deity. Lin Ling also needed to use some of his trump cards. Long. Lin Ling's universe turned into a light wave that could be used to attack and defend. It fiercely slashed out, and after colliding with the old man's divine force, the old man's expression changed greatly. What's going on? He was shocked. With just a simple exchange, he realized that Lin Ling's divine force was beyond imagination. It was definitely above 10 trillion. Early stage giant god at the Saint Realm? 10 trillion? This was simply beyond his understanding. Most importantly, besides the divine force, the universe energy was also very terrifying. It seemed to be a 5-realm universe. Shwa. An indestructible light wave shot out and destroyed the old man's arm. If he had not escaped quickly, he would have been obliterated. Could it be that the turtle crocodile outside the valley was killed by him? A terrifying thought arose in the old man's mind. The valley was also silent. Everyone was in disbelief. Young Master Chu's eyes were wide open. A Saint Realm expert defeated a Deity Realm expert in one move? Get lost, ants. Lin Ling did not obliterate them. It was not that he did not want to, but that it was not worth it. He knew that it was more important to collect these dragon stones. After all, the news of the dragon stones in this valley would spread very quickly. When that time came, the experts would gather, and Lin Ling would be able to obtain fewer dragon stones. You told us to get lost, ants? Young Master Chu gritted his teeth. He came from the primal chaos realm. Although his family was not one of the 8 deities, his family knew many experts. He could be considered a reputable figure in his family. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, he suddenly remembered that Lin Ling wanted to join them. If he had agreed at that time, a portion of the dragon stones in the valley would have been his. Inexplicably, regret arose in his heart. Young master, let's go. The one-armed old man gritted his teeth and ran over. He knew that Lin Ling's attention was on the dragon stones. Otherwise, they would have been dead long ago. But we still lack 3 dragon stones. There are so many here. 3 would be enough. Young Master Chu was unwilling to give up. He looked around and found that Lin Ling had found a dragon stone that was not white among the dragon stones. That dragon stone was about the size of a millstone, and there were 9 veins of mist rolling inside it. 9 dragon stone. Young Master Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. 9 dragon stones were also a type of dragon stone. However, according to legend, this type of dragon stone was condensed from the spiritual energy of 9 dragon mountains. The other dragon stones represented 1 dragon mountain. Without a doubt, dragon stones condensed from 9 dragon mountains were even more valuable and could be said to be rare. There were also rumors that someone had found 18 dragon stones. 18 dragon stones were condensed from 18 dragon mountains. They were existences that were comparable to the chaos stones. They were far superior to the chaos stones. How hateful. Young Master Chu did not obtain anything. Instead, he witnessed Lin Ling obtaining a rare 9 dragon stone. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 9 dragon stone. At this moment, the gods in the valley also saw Lin Ling's harvest. What is a 9 dragon stone? Lin Ling asked while hugging the millstone-sized dragon stone. Your Excellency. Someone told Lin Ling about the preciousness of a 9 dragon stone. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this was a precious treasure. He could not help but examine it carefully. Soon after, he discovered that the spiritual energy suppressed by this dragon stone was enough for one of his dantians to make a breakthrough. This also meant that he could reach the middle stage of the Saint Stage Universe Giant God. Of course, a 9 dragon stone was only enough for one dantian to make a breakthrough. The other dantians still needed more dragon stones to fill in. Lin Ling continued his search. He specifically looked for large dragon stones and also informed his senior sister and the others to hurry over. He did not want all the dragon stones here to be picked. Chapter 5175. Dragon Stones. But at this moment, more powerful beings arrived at the valley. They were 5 figures. They wore tattered cloaks and their bodies emitted a foul stench. Large amounts of insects were flying around them. Rot race. Seeing these gods, everyone's expression changed drastically. The Rot race was very famous on this level and their influence was huge. They were the local bullies. Coupled with their unique characteristics, it was hard not to recognize them. The 5 figures that walked in did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, they stared at the overwhelming number of dragon stones in the valley without moving. An oppressive atmosphere quietly pervaded the valley. All the gods stopped collecting dragon stones. Their expressions were solemn as they prepared to escape the valley. After all, they knew that the Rot race was the most unreasonable. It was normal for them to kill them and steal their treasures. You can leave. This valley belongs to us. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out. It came from one of the Rot race gods. This person was emitting an aura as he spoke. He was an early-stage universe giant god. Of course, his strength was more than double that of the old man from before. After all, there was still a gap between the gods of the deity race and ordinary gods. His words stunned everyone. The rotten race's god was telling them to leave? Where are the dragon stones we got before? Someone asked. Take them away. However, you are not allowed to take another step into the valley. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy, said the Rot race god. Many people were shocked. Why was the rot race so easy to talk to? Suddenly, they looked at the valley and saw that there were still many dragon stones. It turned out that the rot race did not want to waste time, so they gave up on the small profits to steal the big ones. After all, they only got the small profits. If the rot race wanted to steal them, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. There was no need for that. Most importantly, the rotten gods knew that it would not be long before more gods arrived. If more powerful gods arrived, they would have no choice but to leave. All right, I'll leave. Let's go. Those gods knew that they could not be too greedy. Otherwise they would lose their lives. What about you, young Master Chu? The leading rot race god suddenly looked at young Master Chu. He seemed to know the Chu family. In fact, the Chu family was very famous in the primal chaos realm. This did not mean that they were powerful, but that they knew how to conduct themselves. They were smooth and slick, and they mingled well with the rulers. Therefore the rot race also knew them. The Chu family had even helped them before. The clan was looking for someone in the chaos realm. Senior, you know me? Young Master Chu was a little surprised. Then he smiled and said, Senior, I only need 3 dragon stones. Of course, I can provide you with a piece of good news. That person has obtained a 9 dragon stone and wants to bring it out of the valley. As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Ling, his expression filled with schadenfreude and sneer. This guy was so strong, but was he stronger than the rotten race? 9 dragon stone. The 5 gods looked at Lin Ling. Although their expressions couldn't be seen, anyone could guess that they were tempted. Oh no. Those gods who had left were secretly shocked and stared at young Master Chu. This guy was really meddlesome. He was trying to frame them. Lin Ling was indifferent. Of course, he also looked at young Master Chu, but the latter shrugged his shoulders with an arrogant look on his face. You have a 9 dragon stone? Hand it over and scram. At that moment, one of the rotten race spoke. The 9 dragon stone was so precious that the rotten race couldn't miss it. However, this white-haired man's luck was not bad. He had helped them find the 9 dragon stone, so they would spare his life for the time being. Senior, be careful. This person's strength is strange. My Wuxia had an arm severed by him, and my Wuxia was an early-stage universe giant god. He is only a saint. Young Master Chu spoke again, afraid that the rotten race expert would look down on Lin Ling. Oh, interesting. The leader's tone changed. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. After all, their huge rotting pond needed powerful gods to refine and obtain their strength. Young Master Chu laughed happily when he saw that the rotten race's tone had changed. He looked at Lin Ling even more provocatively. From his point of view, that white-haired man was dead meat this time. He had let him act before, but now he had kicked an iron plate. And this exciting scene, he was going to enjoy it. Now, it's not as simple as handing over the 9 dragon stone. I don't know what you have to say. The rotten race god spoke. Lin Ling's expression was cold. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he said indifferently, I won't hand over the 9 dragon stone. I won't hand over my life either. I won't even leave this valley. What? Everyone was shocked. Facing the rotten race, this white-haired man didn't intend to leave. Interesting. Fine, let me see what you're capable of. A rotten race expert made his move. His cloak seemed to disperse in the wind and countless insects flew out. They formed a huge rotting pond in midair and covered Lin Ling. This was the power of the universe. Of course, there was also powerful godly power hidden within. This attacking god knew that Lin Ling had some ability, so he didn't hold back. He erupted with his full strength. The entire valley suddenly turned dark and everything disappeared. Only the densely packed stars on the ground were unaffected. These were the dragon stones. The gods who were preparing to leave the valley were all frightened. They were deeply afraid of being implicated because they couldn't find the way out of the valley. He's so strong, comparable to King Myriad Waves. However, even though he didn't look down on me, he didn't defend when he attacked. He wants to kill me in one blow. This is a chance. Lin Ling's eyes focused. Light appeared in his hand, and the faith sword quietly appeared. Facing a deity from the rotten race, an early-stage universe giant god, he had to erupt with his full strength. Of course, the other party came with the intention of killing him in one blow. This was in line with Lin Ling's intention. After all, this kind of attack could only end with one of them dying. As for Lin Ling's choice, it would depend on whose life was tougher. He slashed out with his sword. Endless faith appeared and fused into the faith sword as it slashed forward. The seemingly dazzling sword slash didn't have any explosive offensive power, but its sharpness was beyond imagination. When it slashed the rotting pond, it split it into 2. After that, it went straight for the rotten race god. A figure fell from the sky, and the stench in the valley gradually dispersed. Everyone subconsciously shuddered and looked around. Dead. Someone cried out in alarm. This was because the rotten race god had been split in two and fell to the ground. He was completely dead. Young Master Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. The old man under his tomb was no match for Lin Ling. This was understandable, but even a rotten race expert with a godly body had died. Just how many killing moves did this white-haired man have? The four rotten race gods were frozen in place, as though they couldn't accept this fact. Alright, it's your turn now. At this time Lin Ling's voice floated over. His lips curled into a sneer. He knew that these four were about to die because his helpers had finally arrived. It's our turn? Chapter 5176. The four rotten race gods did not believe Lin Ling's words at all. After talking for a while they looked at Lin Ling. The killing intent and stench on their bodies became even more intense. They seemed to be planning to join forces. The rotten race was the filthiest race in the universe. Naturally, they would not engage in a fair one-on-one duel. One of them said indifferently, "Your Excellency, you have offended the rotten race. Now leave your corpse and the 9 dragon stone behind." "With just the 4 of you? I'm sorry, but the 4 of you will stay here forever," Lin Ling said indifferently. Ah. The 4 rotten race gods could not help but look at each other. Even though they were cold, they could not help but laugh. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed powerful, but they guessed that Lin Ling had a divine sword on him. That was why he could kill a deity universe giant god. But when the 4 of them joined forces, even a true deity universe giant god would not be able to stop them, let alone Lin Ling, who was only a saint. This universe is sometimes very unfair, but sometimes it is very fair. The rotten race god laughed. I don't believe there is a deity weapon that is so heaven-defying. Even if it can kill an opponent 1 realm higher, the number of times it can be used is definitely not many. Do you dare to bet? Lin Ling laughed. Why not? Let's see if your deity weapon can kill the 4 of us. The 4 rotten race gods erupted with powerful deity energy and activated their godly bodies. Their godly bodies were all filthy things like toads and flies. Most importantly, the joint forces of the 4 of them possessed over 3 trillion strands of divine energy. Lin Ling's 14 trillion deity energy was as insignificant as a firefly in comparison. Idiot. Young Master Chu sneered. Lin Ling still did not move. The sword in his hand was only aimed at one of them. Just as the rotten race gods had guessed, Lin Ling's sword of faith could only kill one person. Moreover, not just any early-stage deity could kill him. But just as the 4's attacks were about to reach him, a green bamboo suddenly appeared and swept away one of the rotten race gods. At the same time, a huge ancient bell appeared in the sky and suppressed the other one. Moreover, there were several energies that didn't seem like the power of divinity or the power of the universe. Only Lin Ling could recognize that this was the power of the world's will. After combining their powers, they once again blocked another god. In the end, he had to face Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling sneered coldly and slashed out with his sword. There was a clear rumble as the toad that was pouncing at Lin Ling was pierced through by the sword. Of course, what surprised Lin Ling was that this god was very powerful. The sword of faith actually couldn't kill him and had only severely injured him. Rumble. On the other side, under several powerful attacks, the decaying gods died one after another. It could be seen that the attacker was not a celestial, but the attack power was strong enough to injure a celestial. Dead. The one over there is dead too. The surrounding people were silent. No one had expected the outcome to be like this. There was only one decaying god left who hadn't died. It was the one with the toad's divine body. At this moment, he had returned to his original form and was looking around in surprise. "You have helpers?" he said through gritted teeth. His cloak had been shattered, revealing his true appearance. However, just as Lin Ling had imagined, he was very ugly with all kinds of insects crawling on his face. "Helpers are the divine weapons you mentioned. Now you seem to have lost the bet," Lin Ling said with a smile. The god was trembling with anger. No wonder this white-haired man wasn't afraid of them. It turned out that his biggest reliance was his helpers. Moreover, these helpers were very powerful. After all, he had seen that most of these people were celestial saints. Of course, he also stared at one of the women and found that she was the strongest. He couldn't see through her, as if there was no limit to her strength. Now he was like a dog trapped in a dead end. There was no way for him to fight back. "The decaying race will avenge me," he said in a low voice. Then his body exploded. He had actually committed suicide. "You have backbone." Lin Ling nodded. Suddenly he looked at young Master Chu and said with a smile, "Isn't it fun to sow discord?" Young Master Chu and the others were still in a daze. The difference between reality and dreams was too big. They looked at the people around them and found that there were old men, women, and young men. However, their strength was heaven-defying. Damn it! How did this guy have such powerful helpers? Young Master Chu was extremely envious because he knew that there were very few gods with heaven-defying strength like this whose realm wasn't high. Every one of them had a bright future. However, there were several people beside the white-haired man. "I'm from the Chu family of the Chaos Realm," young Master Chu said coldly. "Sorry, we're all from the Tao Realm. We don't know any Chu family," Lin Ling said with a smile. Damn it! Young Master Chu cursed again. He was most afraid of people who didn't know what was good for them. If he encountered them, no matter how powerful his trump card was, it would be useless. He asked, "Then what do you want?" "All of you will die. Are you going to do it yourselves? Or are we going to do it?" Now that everyone was here, there was no need to keep young Master Chu and the others. After all, Lin Ling didn't touch them before because he didn't want to delay the collection of dragon stones. "You want to kill us? Dream on." Young Master Chu snorted coldly. A crystal bead appeared in his hand. He blew at the bead. Suddenly, endless fog appeared and shrouded the valley. The scary thing was that in the fog they couldn't sense anything. It was very powerful. "This treasure is extraordinary." Lin Ling was shocked. His soul power was strong and he had the universe in his body. However, he couldn't see through the fog. This meant that this bead was definitely a rare treasure. "Haha, how can ants like you see through my Chu Wuju? Goodbye. The next time we meet, I'll kill you." Young Master Chu's voice came from the fog. However, there were also voices begging for mercy. "Young Master Chu, please take us out of here." The fog seemed to be able to block people's vision. Perhaps only the people holding the bead could see the path clearly. "Get lost." Young Master Chu didn't care about them. After all, with his strength, the fog would dissipate soon after he activated the bead. Time waits for no one. He just wanted to take an old man away because the old man also had a precious treasure of the Chu family. It was a divine artifact that could enhance one's divine power by 10%. However, when he wanted to take the old man away, he found that the old man was entangled by a vine. "Young master, don't worry about me. Go quickly. Avenge me in the future." The old man couldn't see young Master Chu, but he knew that young Master Chu would come to save him. Therefore he shouted hurriedly. Of course, he also tried his best to get rid of the vine. "Okay." Young Master Chu dared not stay. He rushed out of the valley and disappeared into the distance. When the old man saw young Master Chu running away, he tried his best again to get rid of the vine. Then he also ran away randomly. At this moment, the fog was dispersing. Gradually the old man found a way out. However, when he was about to rush out, a sword blocked his way. It was Lin Ling. Chapter 5177. "Ha ha ha, young Master Chu has run away. What's the use of killing me? Just wait for the Chu family to kill you." Seeing that there was no way to escape, the old man laughed and gave up hope. "Go to hell then," Lin Ling said impatiently. He wanted to kill the old man with his sword. However, at this time, a bronze gate appeared outside the valley. Then a figure walked out of the gate slowly, dragging a person. It was young Master Ming. The dead dog he was dragging was none other than young Master Chu. Originally young Master Ming didn't appear in the valley before, so he wasn't affected by the fog. While young Master Chu was facing young Master Ming, how could he resist the power of reincarnation? He lost the ability to fight instantly, and even Chu Wuju who was in his hand fell to the ground. "Young Master Ming, good move." Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. "I bumped around and saw a dog running out. I didn't like him, so I caught him." Young Master Ming shrugged. Young Master Chu was now as weak as a slug. He was affected by the reincarnation of the underworld, so he could only clench his teeth. While seeing this, the old man sighed softly. He knew they were going to be wiped out today. "Are you satisfied now? You can go now." Lin Ling killed the old man with his sword. Then he found many treasures on the old man's body. What was strange was that the old man had many cosmic treasures, but he didn't have a spiritual pearl. Moreover, there was a horn on his body which seemed to be quite extraordinary. "You don't need to talk nonsense." Young Master Ming also killed young Master Chu with a wave of his hand. He also found many treasures on the old man's body. Among them, the crystal pearl attracted his attention the most. However, after checking it, he shook his head disdainfully and threw it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took it and was shocked. The pearl was so powerful that he couldn't see through the fog it emitted. How could young Master Ming throw it to him so casually? Young Master Ming, this is a powerful treasure. Green said. Bamboo and the others also walked over. It is indeed extraordinary. The young master nodded, and he suddenly turned to Saint Guy and said, "It's a pity that this treasure is the same as his Donghuang bell. It can only be used by the clan's bloodline. If someone forcefully uses it, the effect will be greatly reduced, so it's useless to us." Lin Ling hurriedly checked and found that it was indeed so. Even with his strength, he could only blow out 10% of the fog. 10% was not much help. This bead is considered a rare divine weapon. However, there are countless capable people in this universe. There must be someone who has a way to get it. It's not a bad idea to find an opportunity to sell it. Young Master Ming suddenly said. Everyone nodded and looked at Lin Ling. A bugle horn appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After examining it, he said, "This bugle horn is also a good divine artifact. It can increase one's divine power by 10%. For example, 10 trillion divine power can increase one's divine power by 10,000. What a heaven-defying treasure." Gong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was a god-level giant universe god who had hundreds of trillion godly power, wouldn't that mean an increase of 100,000 godly power? Just this increase alone would surpass the sum of all their divine power. It's a pity that only a god-level giant universe god can activate it. Lin Ling suddenly sighed. He looked at everyone and suddenly threw the bugle horn to Green Bamboo. There were only 2 god-level giant universe gods present. They were young Master Ming and Green Bamboo. Naturally, he left it for his senior sister. It's not a bad treasure. It barely catches my eye. Green Bamboo said. Green Bamboo took the bugle horn and casually put it away. She did not seem to care much about it, and this casual action told everyone that she had a broad vision. She did not care about this bugle horn at all. Lei Gong and the others were secretly shocked. Even Lin Ling was the same. Only young Master Ming was used to it. Alright, let's go to the valley to collect the dragon stones. These dragon stones are growing on the ground. If we want to collect all of them, we will need a lot of time. Lin Ling looked at everyone and then strode into the valley. At this moment, the gods in the valley still had not left. When they saw Lin Ling and the others return, they were so frightened that they lowered their heads. Anyway, there are enough dragon stones. We won't be able to collect all of them in a short time. Just as they were about to sneak out of the valley, Lin Ling suddenly said. These gods raised their heads in surprise. This white-haired man did not chase them away? Lin Ling did not explain much. He went to collect the dragon stones on the ground with Green Bamboo and the others. These dragon stones were growing on the ground. They were like demonic beast eggs lying on the ground. However, collecting them depended on one's strength. The stronger one was, the faster they could collect them. This was also the reason why Lin Ling allowed them to collect as they wished. But, actually, they were not very strong. Even if they could collect the dragon stones, they could not collect a lot. In addition, these people had previously warned Lin Ling. Naturally, Lin Ling would give them some face. While, as they collected the dragon stones, more and more people came to the valley. However, they were not very strong. In the end, they were all chased away by Lin Ling and the others. After a long time, they finished collecting all the dragon stones in the valley. It had taken them a total of 5 days. Everyone, thank you. These gods had gained a lot, so they all thanked Lin Ling before leaving. That's right. Do you know where I can sell treasures around here? Then young Master Ming looked at them and asked. If you want to sell treasures, the Purple Wind Cave is not far away. There is an auction there every 3 months. I think it is suitable for you. One of the gods pondered and said, Go northwest in this direction and you will reach it in half a day. Alright, thank you. You can go now. Young Master Ming said indifferently. After these people left, he said, This Chu Wuzhu will be a burden if we keep it with us. We are not willing to just throw it away. It is better to find a place to sell it. After all, it is a family heirloom treasure. Others can use it to find us. In that case, let's set off immediately, Lin Ling said. This Chu Wuzhu came from the Chu family. Although he did not know the background of the Chu family, if even the rotten race knew them, they should have a lot of experts. If they followed the pearl and found them, it would be troublesome. Then, after that, everyone set off. They had just arrived at the 6th floor and obtained a lot of dragon stones. Everyone was in a good mood. With these dragon stones, everyone's strength would increase greatly. Lin Ling, these dragon stones can increase your cultivation by 2 realms, right? Young Master Ming suddenly asked. It is good enough to increase my cultivation by 1 realm. I still want to increase my cultivation by 2 realms. Lin Ling shook his head. Young Master Ming was shocked. How did Lin Ling cultivate? Why did he need so much energy? For a moment he could not see through Lin Ling. After all, these dragon stones were enough for him to increase his cultivation by 2 realms. It seemed that Lin Ling's cultivation level was low, but his strength was so strong. It was not without reason. Half a day later, they arrived at the Purple Wind Cave. Although it was called a cave, it was actually a paradise. A lot of gods were walking around and they were all very strong. No. Chapter 5178. Looking into the distance, huge space battleships stopped there. On the other side, under the mountains, there were powerful mounts. There were ancestral turtles, universe dragons, space birds, and other rare creatures. While these universe ancestors had always been arrogant, but after coming here, they all obediently lay on the ground, not daring to breathe. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Those cosmic battleships are only owned by the Protoss and the powerful gods. They are divided into several grades. Saints can control them, but they need the corresponding control method. With these cosmic battleships, the strength of the gods can be greatly increased. Saints can also kill gods. Young Master Ming suddenly said. Everyone gasped and looked at young Master Ming in disbelief. These space battleships were too powerful. These cosmic battleships are very rare. They were created by the ruler of the prehistoric era, and they were created with his life to resist the great calamity of the universe. They were called arcs by him. After the ruler died, the cosmic battleships flowed out and were seized by the strong people of various eras. Young Master smiled faintly. However, although these space battleships are powerful, they are not the oldest batch. Otherwise, their combat power would be even more terrifying. If we get a space battleship, we can run freely on the 6th level. Nyang licked her lips. With a space battleship, they could take it wherever they went. Moreover, they could protect their lives and avoid all kinds of dangers. How could it not be good? Space battleships are very difficult to get. Once they recognize a master, unless the master gives up, it's impossible to snatch them. Moreover, these space battleships are divided into 3 types: speed, attack, and defense. Each of the 3 domains has a powerful one. Young Master smiled. Look at those divine beasts in the distance. They are also universe beasts from the prehistoric era. They are powerful, but they only recognize one master in their lifetime. There are so many strong ones here. Everyone sighed. The Tao Pagoda is the core of the present universe. Everyone wants to reach the top of the Tao Pagoda and obtain this universe. Therefore, the Tao Pagoda is cruel. However, there are still rules in some places. For example, here. Those who come here want to trade, so they will abide by the laws of this place. Young Master Ming said again. This is only temporary. In fact, the weak are still prey to the strong. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had the opposite view. After all, he had encountered such a situation back in the City of Myriad Gods. At that time, the Silvermoon clan was greedy for his treasures, and they had also violated the rules. That was the reason why he and the Silvermoon clan were at loggerheads. You are right. For example, if we expose the dragon stone we got, the result will be different. Young Master Ming nodded in agreement. Crowd they chatted as they walked and entered the Xanadu ahead. The interior was very flat, and there were many simple buildings. There were gods walking around, and on the ground, under the trees and other places, all kinds of lights were flickering. There were gods setting up stalls, selling all kinds of treasures. Yes, there were treasures, spirit herbs, divine abilities, divine embryos, and other items for sale. And then there were a lot of them. This talent seems to be the talent of my hellish ghost hell body. Lin Ling walked casually. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at one of the stalls. There was a jade bottle on the stall, and inside it was a ghost-like octopus. Furthermore, the bottle cap was open, allowing others to sense its aura. However, only Lin Ling was able to detect it. He said a few words to his senior sister, then walked forward to ask for the price. Longyang, Xiaoluan, and the others also found the items they wanted, and happily went to ask for the price. How do you sell this? Lin Ling came in front of the stall and sized up the other party. He found that it was a mysterious person wearing a cloak. The treasures on his body were extraordinary, and Lin Ling could only roughly sense his strength. He couldn't even see his face clearly. 3 dragon stones. A hoarse voice came. Too expensive, one at most. Lin Ling didn't like to be long-winded. Sir, I got this by luck. It is extremely rare and only appears in the netherworld. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. How about this, 2 dragon stones no less? Fang's voice was filled with determination. Not many people need a divine embryo like you. If I don't like it, even fewer people will want it. Just 1. Lin Ling's attitude was even more resolute. No, 2 is the minimum. Back then, in order to kill him, I almost lost my life. The other party's voice gradually turned cold. It was obvious that he had obtained this treasure from his opponent. Lin Ling didn't say anything, turning to leave. Seeing this, the other party looked to the other side and ignored Lin Ling. But Lin Ling naturally couldn't be bothered with him and walked to another stall. However, just as Lin Ling was sizing up the stall, a helpless voice came. Forget it, forget it. 1 dragon stone it is. I'm most afraid of people like you. It was the owner of the previous stall. Obviously he could see that Lin Ling was a cold person. If he wasn't willing to give in, then there was no way he would give in. He had no choice but to compromise. After all, few people needed that octopus-like divine embryo. Even ghost-type divine embryos didn't catch their eye. It was useless for him to keep it, so he might as well exchange it for a dragon stone. Lin Ling looked at the other party indifferently as if he didn't want it. After thinking for a while, he walked back. That stalk of spirit grass is mine. He pointed at a spiritual herb on the stall. This was a thunder herb which could also improve a lightning-type divine embryo, but not by much. You're ruthless. The stall owner was depressed, knowing that he had been cheated. He picked up the bottle and the spiritual herb and threw it at Lin Ling. While Lin Ling also threw a dragon stone before turning to leave. Lin Ling, you're really something. I didn't expect you to bargain so hard. Bamboo, young Master Ming and the others were still waiting. When they saw Lin Ling walk over, they all smiled. They're all shrewd people. When dealing with shrewd people, the more you talk, the more they know you care about the treasure and the more they will give in. It's better to be straightforward. Lin Ling said. You're right. Young Master Ming nodded. Don't you want to look around? There are all kinds of treasures here, there must be something suitable for you. Not for now. Lin Ling shook his head. He now had a large number of dragon stones, and it would only take time for him to break through. After that, he would improve his foundation. In fact, his 8 Dantian divine embryos had reached the limit, but because Panga's foundation was too strong, he hadn't felt any bottlenecks so far. Of course, as his cultivation level increased, he would definitely be stuck at a bottleneck in the future. At that time, he would need to comprehend the universe and the foundation of his divine embryos. He waited for the others to return. After a long time, everyone returned happily. It was obvious that they had gained a lot. Haha, I didn't expect there to be so many treasures here. I found many of the things I dreamed of. Gong Xiao laughed. Sir, I found the lost treasure of the Grand Orient clan here. Xing Yi was even more excited as he whispered to Lin Ling, that's good. Chapter 5179. Okay. Young Master and the others nodded. The treasures we are selling have some background after all. We must be careful. When we get the price of the auction, we will split it equally. Young Master Ming looked at everyone and said, although he was not a good person, he had principles. After he joined Lin Ling, he did not intend to take advantage of anyone. Instead, he took care of everyone. To put it bluntly, he was a protective person. Only, however, the prerequisite was to become his subordinate. Then, after that, everyone went to the auction house. The auction house was not hard to find, and it was not as luxurious as they had imagined. It was just a simple hall, but at that moment, no one entered the hall. Instead, there was a woman sitting cross-legged outside the door with her eyes slightly closed. The auction will start in 3 days. Please go back, she said. She closed her eyes and muttered to herself. We are here to sell treasures. Sir, you are late. The treasures for the auction have already been decided. If you want to sell them, then do it half a year later. Our Purple Wind Caves auction is held every half a year. Of course, if you can't wait, you can go to Sea Leaf Mountain and Sea of Sabers. There will be auctions there soon. It's too far. We want to sell them here. Lin Ling said indifferently. Chu Wuzhu was a ticking time bomb. Naturally, it was better to sell it as soon as possible. Sir. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and her expression was full of displeasure. I have said that the treasures have already been decided. It can't be changed at will unless your treasures are the best. Then look at this bead. Lin Ling took out the Chu Wuzhu, but the woman did not take it. However, looking at Lin Ling and the others, she saw that they were not willing to give up. Finally, she snorted and said, Fine, I will make you give up. She picked up the Chu Wuzhu and checked it. At first, her expression did not change, but gradually, it became serious and finally turned into surprise. Because this bead seemed to have no attack power and looked ordinary, but there was a mystery inside. Moreover, she blew out a wisp of fog and found that the fog could not be seen through at all. No magical power could detect it. One should know that if such a strange fog was used in a battle, it could hide from the opponent and even use the fog to interfere with the opponent. It was extremely powerful. The woman's face was filled with shock. She no longer had the contempt from before. We don't know what kind of treasure it is either. Now, can this treasure be used as the final treasure? Lin Ling asked. Let me ask. The woman didn't dare to make any guarantees and said, if I take Chu Wuzhu to ask His Excellency, do you have any objections? It's better to ask your master to come out to avoid any trouble. Lin Ling didn't want to cause any trouble. The woman also felt that Lin Ling was right. She quickly entered the hall, and a moment later she walked out with a middle-aged man. Qiong Yao, the auction is about to begin. I'm so busy that I can't leave. What do you want? The middle-aged man's expression was cold and filled with displeasure. Lord Qin, they want to sell some treasures. The woman was clearly afraid of the middle-aged man. Nonsense. At this time, unless it's a final treasure, how can it enter the auction? Moreover, our auction started selling treasures 10 days in advance. Don't they know? The middle-aged man frowned. He came in front of Lin Ling and the others and swept his gaze across them. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Qingzhu, the 12-winged yang god, Longyang, and Xiaoluan. He looked back and forth, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. It had to be said that these 4 women each had their own merits. Their temperaments were outstanding and were indeed very attractive. In particular, Longyang and the 12-winged yang god were even more alluring. The solar gods. The middle-aged man also saw the 12-winged yang god's origin. After all, that head of golden hair was a symbol. Therefore he didn't dare to look too much. Instead he stared at Longyang and the others. I didn't expect that a god would be so perverted. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Lord Qin. The woman next to him was already familiar with the middle-aged man's personality. She reminded him in a low voice. Only then did the middle-aged man react. He snorted and said, What treasure is this? He immediately looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also pushed Chu Wuzhu out, floating in the air. A mere bead actually wasted so much of my time. The middle-aged man was instantly furious. However, after checking Chu Wuzhu, his expression changed quietly. He picked up Chu Wuzhu and looked her up and down, his breathing rapid. After he used his divine essence to activate a wisp of fog, he kept checking the fog. Amazing, amazing. He muttered to himself, and even his words were incoherent. After all, even he couldn't see through the fog. How could such a treasure not be precious? It could be considered a life-saving trump card. However, he also checked that the bead was not activated by him with all his strength. He suddenly looked up at Lin Ling. How to use it? We don't have it. It's precisely because of this that we put it up for sale. Otherwise, we would have kept such a treasure for ourselves. Lin Ling said. The middle-aged man didn't suspect him. Moreover, seeing that Lin Ling and the rest's cultivation level was not high, he felt that everything was normal. He stared at the bead in his hand, and then glanced at Lin Ling and the rest. These people, except for the woman from the sun god race, didn't seem to be from the god race, and he hadn't seen it before. Cold light quietly appeared in his eyes. Of course, it disappeared in an instant. He smiled and said, Do you know what this bead is called and where it came from? Of course, this middle-aged man hid it well, but Lin Ling was not a newcomer. He dominated from the 1st level to the 6th level. How could he hide it from Lin Ling? I don't know. Lin Ling said calmly. However, the truth was indeed so. He only knew that the bead came from the Chu family. Same as time, Qingzhu and the rest also noticed something. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. This bead comes from the Silver Moon race. It's called the Silver Mist bead. They lost it some time ago, but you stole it. Lord Chen's surprised expression changed to one of indifference. As expected, he was going to covet the Chu Wushu bead. In fact, Lin Ling and the rest already had this thought before they came. However, in the end they realized that this was a big auction. Unless it was a sovereign-level treasure, the other party wouldn't have to do anything. However, they didn't expect that the auction would do something to the Chu Wushu bead. I won't tell the Silver Moon race about this. As for this bead, I'll personally hand it over to the Silver Moon race. The middle-aged man said this and turned to enter the hall. The woman looked at each other. After all, she also knew that this bead seemed to belong to these people. As expected, young Master Ming's expression was cold. How dare you? Saint said. Gui was even more furious. He wanted to rush into the hall and take back the treasure. You guys go first. We'll handle this. Lin Ling stopped them and cursed in his heart. After all, this was an unexpected disaster. They were fine, but they were forced to make a move again. Chapter 5180. Who are you? Get out. Random people are not allowed to enter the Purple Wind Cave auction. How dare you? The auction will be held in 3 days. Are you up to no good by rushing in at such a time? I don't think they have any good intentions. A cold voice said. The middle-aged man with the surname Qin sneered inwardly. This auction was organized by all the big shots of the god clans. How dare a random person be so arrogant? However, Lin Ling and the other two didn't leave. They were still looking at the middle-aged man with the surname Qin. You're courting death. Seeing this, the people in the hall became even more furious. Why are you here? If you don't have a convincing explanation, you won't be able to leave today. A voice came from afar. Lin the three didn't even look at that person. Qing Zhu said indifferently, What's the matter? You'll have to ask him. Of course, there were countless experts here. However, they didn't believe that the auction house would dare to help others if things got out of hand. What's going on? At this moment, an old man with a high status walked out. He was a middle-stage universe giant god. He shouted. He looked at the middle-aged man with the surname Qin. Lord Ma. The middle-aged man with the surname Qin quickly bowed to the old man. Then he looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said, I don't know these three. They're probably here to scam us. I can only say that I'm unlucky to have met them. No matter what, make them leave. The auction will start in 3 days. Don't make a fool of yourself. Besides, we're all busy. We don't have time to waste here. The old man turned and left after hearing this. Qin Quan let out a hollow laugh. He was not surprised by the scene before him. If we don't get back our treasures today, the three of us won't leave. At most, we'll make a big scene. Lin Ling's voice was heard. He seemed calm, but there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. What arrogance! The gods in the hall were all shocked. They hadn't done anything yet, and these three had come to bully them? Lord Ma was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Ling and the other two. He didn't expect Lin Ling and the other two to be so crazy, arrogant, provocative. This was a direct challenge to the Purple Wind Cave's auction. He knew that no matter how powerful a god was, they would still have to follow the rules. Where did these three people get their guts from? Then let's see if you have the strength to do so. Quan Yi sneered. If these three wanted to court death, he would just let them be. Especially when he saw that Lin Ling was merely a saint-level giant universe god, his heart was filled with mockery. With this kind of strength he could kill him with a single finger. Would it be his turn to fart? He took a step forward, wanting to attack Lin Ling. Wait. A moment later, an arm blocked his path. It was Lord Ma. In a flicker, he appeared in front of Lin Ling. Although he looked old, his eyes were like lightning, and his back was straight as he looked down at Lin Ling's group of three. Are the three of you really planning to cause trouble? His voice was laced with killing intent. You should know that no matter what your background is, once you cause trouble here, the ones who will die will definitely be you, and your backers won't dare to speak up. Is that so? Bamboo suddenly said, I want to know if your Purple Wind Cave is so arrogant that you dare to ignore anyone. That's right. If you don't seek justice today, we'll just continue to cause trouble. If you want to fight or kill, the three of us will accompany you. Ling added, if we're really swindlers, you don't need to do anything. Our masters will kill us. If we're not at fault, this matter won't end so easily. Then the three of you can stay here forever. Qin Quan couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't expect these three ants to be so bold. After all, in his opinion, with the experts of the auction taking action, these three could only swallow their hatred. Powerful godly power appeared on the surface of his body, causing the surrounding space to turn illusory. Wait. But at this moment, the old man stopped Qin Quan, still looking at Lin Ling's group. Let them speak. Lord. Qin Quan shouted. He couldn't understand why Lord Ma would give these three a chance to speak. The matter is very simple. The three of us brought treasures to sell, but after this person checked our treasures, he secretly hid the treasures as well. Therefore we entered the auction house to seek justice. Lin Ling said bluntly. What a joke. What good treasures do the three of you have? Moreover, the auction is about to start, and the auction house has stopped accepting treasures. You should find a good reason to slander others. Qin Quan retorted. His gaze searched the surroundings and found the first woman saying, Lord Ma, Fairy Qiong Yao was the one who received them. She knows the truth. Several pairs of eyes fell on Fairy Qiangyao, making her nervous. She braced herself and walked over. Of course, she was also looking at Qin Quan. Seeing the coldness in his eyes, she instantly knew what was going on. Fairy Qiangyao, you speak. The old man said indifferently. It's like this. Fairy Qiangyao looked at Lin Ling's group, and a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of her eyes. This, a ray of light, Lin Ling and the rest also saw it. They instantly knew that things were about to take a different turn. Today they did come to sell treasures and I tried to stop them. However, they said that they had a great treasure to sell. I knew that this was no small matter, so I had to invite Lord Qin. Fairy Qiangyao said slowly. Later Lord Qin came. I wanted to see if they had any great treasures, but in the end. After saying 3 results, she looked at Lin Ling's group and finally gritted her teeth. In the end they had nothing. As for what happened after that, I don't know, she said. She did not dare to add too much details as she felt that she would offend people. After saying that, she left and looked at Lin Ling's group apologetically. Lin Ling's group saw this look. They were angry at this woman, but in the end they let it go. After all, this woman was forced. Moreover, she kept apologizing to them. Did you hear that? That's what happened. At the same time, Qin Quan let out a sharp scream and looked coldly at Lin Ling's group. Now what else do you have to say? The 3 of them were silent, and they suppressed their anger in their hearts. The 3 of them were arrogant people. From the Dao realm to the Dao pagoda, and from the Dao pagoda to the 6th floor, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? They would rather have a decisive battle than bear this accusation. If they did not kill Qin Quan, they would not be human. Their eyes flashed with killing intent, and it was incomparably strong. This, Qin Quan also saw the killing intent. Not only was he not afraid, but he secretly sneered and shouted, "It seems that some swindlers have tricked us to the Purple Wind Cave. Everyone, what should we do? These 3 are newcomers. The big shots from all sides do not dare to cause trouble here, but they are so unforgiving. They are really insensible. Kill them, don't waste time." Chapter 5181. Mockery and ridicule could be heard in the hall. Many people were unhappy with Lin Ling and the other 2. If not for Lord Ma, they would have killed these 3 flies already. Then, Fairy Qiangyao felt guilty. She did not dare to look at Lin Ling and the other 2 in the eyes. She was a woman after all. She was not as heartless as the other gods. Do the 3 of you have anything to say? At this time, Lord Ma's voice floated out, causing the hall to fall silent again. Many people were curious. Why did Lord Ma still give the 3 of them a chance at a time like this? We can't set a precedent like the Purple Wind Cave. Qin Quan was a little anxious because he also felt that something was wrong. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. These 3 people are here to scam for food and drinks. How can we let them speak again and again? Moreover, the auction is about to start. It won't be good if it affects our reputation. That's right. Lord Ma, kill them. No need to talk nonsense. The auction will start in 3 days. We don't have time to play with them. Kill. Qin Quan's words were like a fuse that pushed the atmosphere to the peak again. On the other hand, Lin Ling and the other 2's expressions remained calm, but they were a little curious. Lord Ma had indeed given them too many opportunities. Only Du Qingzhu knew that Lord Ma seemed to have noticed something. He knew about their background. No. Lord Ma gave them another chance. Lin Ling would not waste it. He said calmly, "What else can we say? This is your place. Even if it's white, you can twist it into black. Moreover, even if we say it, who will believe us? If you don't say it, you won't have any chance." Lord Ma replied. "Lord Ma." Qin Quan shouted. Quan could not hold back anymore. He came to Lord Ma and was about to attack Lin Ling. Why waste time talking nonsense with them? Just kill them. However, he felt that something was wrong. After all, Lord Ma was too easy to talk to. No. He attacked Lin Ling. However, he did not expect Lin Ling's strength to surpass his. Lin Ling immediately activated his innate talent fusion. At the same time, young Master Ming and Qingzhu assisted him. Ling De reached out and destroyed the divine power outside Qin Quan's body. He then grabbed Qin Quan's neck. Strong, the great universe locked down and actually suppressed all of Qin Quan's power, deciding his life and death in one fell swoop. Nolan Ling didn't kill him for the time being. Instead, he quickly searched his body. Fortunately, Qin Quan didn't leave Chu Wuzhu in the universe. Instead, he hid it on his body. Lin Ling was able to retrieve it. Under Lin Ling's storm-like attacks, Qin Quan spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted weakly. This young man was only a martial saint. How could he be so strong? Looking at the hall again, it seemed as though no one had come to their senses yet. After all, Qin Quan was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm, yet he was easily subdued by a saint. His life was now in the hands of another. Then they looked at Jianghu and the other two. They instantly knew that this was caused by the three of them working together. Lord Ma obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong, but Qin Quan was already captured, so he couldn't do anything. He could only say coldly, "Your Excellency, this is too much." Yes, too much? He took our treasures by force, slandered us as liars and instigated the auction to kill us. Is it too much to suppress him now? Lin Ling said indifferently. You said that he took your treasures? This matter hasn't been settled yet. Lord Ma frowned. Qin Quan is a very reliable person. He wouldn't do such a thing to destroy his reputation. I've known him for 100 years, so I know him well. That's right. Lord Qin isn't that kind of person. Why aren't you releasing him? Many people believed in Qin Quan. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered. With a wave of his right hand, a bead appeared in his hand. This is the treasure he took from us. Now I've taken it back from him. Do you think it's yours just because you say so? Even though Qin Quan was weak, he still tried to argue, or rather, you were the ones who snatched it from me. Furthermore, even though you tried to hide it, I believe that everyone here saw it. That's right, I saw it. He took advantage of Lord Chen's weakness to take this treasure from him. I guess that treasure originally belonged to Lord Chen. After he took it, he slandered it as his own. Many people were unhappy. Lin Ling's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Since you say that the treasure belongs to him, then let him tell us what the treasure is and where it came from." Qin Quan was speechless. He had only roughly figured out the treasure's function. As for its origin, he did not have the time to investigate it. He had wanted to wait until this matter was over before taking a good look at the origin of the bead. However, Lin Ling and the others did not give him the time. "My lord, please tell me." Seeing that Qin Quan was silent, Lin Ling asked with a smile. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. The gods present were not idiots. They gradually realized that something was wrong. After all, if the bead belonged to Qin Quan, why didn't he say anything? Qin Quan? Lord Ma asked with a frown. Qin Quan secretly broke out in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a silver moon bead from the Silver Moon clan. Once used, it can release a silver mist that can block any god's detection." "Are you done?" Lin Ling asked. Ling continued with a smile, "Then it's my turn. This is Chu Wuzhu from the Chaos World's Chu family. Only the Chu family's bloodline can release the mysterious mist. Others can only release 10% of the mist. Of course, if you're strong enough, you might be able to break this restriction and unleash the full power of the bead." "I know. If you don't believe me, then let Lord Ma take a look," Lin Ling said. Ling also threw the Chu Wuzhu to Lord Ma. Everyone looked at Lord Ma. Qin Quan's heart trembled. He did not expect things to turn out like this. He only hoped that Lord Ma would not be able to see the origin of the bead. "This bead." Lord Ma looked at it for a moment and finally raised his head. "It is indeed from the Chaos World's Chu family. Its name is Chu Wuzhu." Hearing this, Qin Quan's entire body went limp. He felt as if he had fallen into the 18 layers of hell and was beyond redemption. What? Did Lord Qin really cheat them of their beads? However, Lord Qin is a good person. He shouldn't be that kind of person. Now that everything is clear, Lord Ma will not harm Lord Qin. Voices came from the hall. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling before did not dare to speak anymore. "Since the truth is out, I have nothing to say," Lin Ling said. Ling looked around the hall. Powerful divine energy and physical strength flowed into his arm. Coupled with the suppression of the Five Realms universe, he suddenly patted Qin Quan's head. "Wait!" Lord Ma shouted. Only then did Lord Ma notice and anxiously shouted. However, he was still too slow. Boom! Thump! With a loud bang, Qin Quan's head exploded in front of everyone. Blood spurted out. His soul floated into the sky, entered the Bronze Gate, and went to the underworld to be reincarnated. Chapter 5182. The hall suddenly fell silent. Then voices drifted out. "Dead. How dare you kill Lord Qin? Although Lord Qin deceived you, he doesn't deserve to die. Besides, is it your turn to deal with our auction?" Anger rose in everyone's hearts. They felt that Lin Ling was not giving them any face at the auction. He slandered us, stole our treasures, and even wanted to kill them. He deserves to die. Ling was not afraid at all. He looked at everyone indifferently. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Suddenly Lord Ma's voice rang out. The entire hall fell silent. Many people looked at Lord Ma suspiciously. After all, Qin Quan was dead. Why was Lord Ma speaking up for an outsider? Qin Quan coveted the guest's treasures and violated the auction's rules. He deserved to die. Lord Ma's first sentence had shocked everyone. The auction is in 3 days. If this matter blows up, do you think it will benefit Purple Wind Cave? In the future, do you still want to come to Purple Wind Cave? If the guests had consigned an ordinary treasure, we would have just lost money. However, that Chu Wushu pearl is a precious treasure. Qin Quan's death ends this matter. No one will be able to pursue this matter. Do you have any objections? Many people's eyes flickered. They could not understand Lord Ma's intentions. However, it was undeniable that Qin Quan had violated the rules first. No objections. Someone spoke up. Following that, more people spoke up one after another. Lord Ma nodded and looked at Lin Ling and the rest. Guess, leave the Chu Wushu pearl to me. I will auction it for you. It is one of the most precious treasures. What do you think? Lord Ma is fair. I am sincerely convinced. No problem. Lin Ling said. Ling nodded. He also felt that Lord Ma was helping them. Of course they were in the right. Fairy Qiong Yao, come here. Lord Ma looked at the woman behind him. Wow. The woman's face turned pale. In fact, after Qin Quan's death, she knew that things were going to be troublesome. I also violated the rules. I don't care if I die, but I hope that my friends won't be implicated. She walked out and said to Lin Ling and the rest. All right, it's up to you. Lord Bai nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Forget it, just as Lord Bai said, this matter is over. Lin Ling did not intend to punish the woman. Firstly, the woman was also forced to do so. Secondly, when the woman was slandering him, she kept apologizing. Ah. Fairy Qiong Yao was stunned. Fairy Qiong Yao, why aren't you thanking the guest? Lord Bai was also taken aback, but he suddenly smiled and said, Thank you, said Joan. Fairy Yao hurriedly bowed. She was incomparably grateful to Lin Ling and the others. All right, you can leave now. His Excellency waved his hand at him and said to Lin Ling, Guest, please follow me. There are some procedures that need to be followed to sell the treasures. Once the treasures are auctioned off, the Purple Wind Cave will take 10% of the commission. The rest will be yours. Lin Ling immediately followed behind Lord Bai. After passing through the main hall, a corridor appeared in front of them. Both sides of the corridor were filled with bamboo, and looked extremely elegant. Yes, I almost wronged you before. Here I apologize to you. Lord Bai said as he walked. His Excellency said as he walked. His dignified expression disappeared and became a little more benevolent. It's okay as long as we get the justice we deserve. Ling said. Lord Bai suddenly looked at Qing Zhu and said with a smile, Little friend, have we met before? I don't know, but I think Lord Bai should have heard of the Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave. Qing Zhu said with a smile. She guessed that the reason Lord Bai helped them was probably because he had guessed something. You are indeed that old man's disciple. Lord Bai suddenly smiled bitterly. He had guessed a thing or two before because he had the chance to meet that old man once. At that time, Qing Zhu was also present, so he had a slight impression of him. I didn't expect that old man's disciple to also come out of the mountain. It seems that the matter of the chaotic realm ruler interfering in the Dao Tower is getting closer and closer. Lord Bai said again, then looked at Lin Ling and said, This young master is also that old man's disciple. He is my junior brother. So that's how it is. It seems that they are all on the same side. Back then, I was fortunate enough to be helped by that old man. I still can't forget this kindness. Don't worry, since you are that old man's disciples, I will do my best to help you in the Purple Wind Cave. By the way, our auction will have the participation of all the major god clans, Myriad Sea Clan, Ya Clan, Mountain Push Party, Silver Moon Clan, and Fengshua Clan. If you have a conflict with them, just mention my name. Even if they have a great enmity with you, they won't dare to mess around with you. Moreover, the Purple Wind Cave's cave master also has karma with that old man. When he knows that you are here, he will definitely help you. Thank you, Lord Bai. Ling and Qing Zhu didn't expect their master to have such great face. I won't disturb you anymore. This is my sound transmission jade talisman. If you have any problems, let me know. Go down the corridor and you will see the area where the guests are. You can rest there. Lord Bai handed over a jade talisman and bowed slightly. Lord Bai, my friends are still outside. Can you let them come in with us? Ling suddenly said. As long as there aren't too many people, it won't be a problem. Let Fairy Qiangyao help you. Lord Bai smiled. Ling Ling immediately thanked him and continued walking with Qing Zhu and the others. I didn't expect that I would take advantage of your limelight. Young Master Ming looked around and smiled. Of course he was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be the disciple of that god. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Ling. As for Qing Zhu, he had already guessed it. Let's wait here for the 12-winged sun god and the others, lest they get lost. After walking for a while, Lin Ling stopped and suggested. Everyone. The man nodded and waited quietly in the corridor. Not long after, the thunder god and the others all arrived. Moreover, their faces were full of shock. After all, they had been waiting quietly outside the auction all this time. Moreover, they were already mentally prepared that there would be a great battle at any time. However, the battle didn't happen. Instead, they were invited in, and they could see that the auction seemed to be very polite to them. Of course, they also suspected that it was a trap, but after seeing Lin Ling and the others, they all relaxed. Lin Ling, Mother, Xiaoluan, and the others all smiled at Lin Ling. Come, let's talk as we walk. Ling Ling knew that they were curious, so he led them along the corridor and roughly told them what had happened. After a while, a garden appeared at the end of the corridor. There were artificial mountains in the garden, and rich spiritual energy was like a dense fog. Being in the garden, they felt that their cultivation speed had increased a lot. Chapter 5183. Dear guests, this way. Fairy Yao politely led Lin Ling and the rest forward. Judging from her appearance, she was clearly in a good mood. But the second half of the Dao Pagoda was already cruel enough. Previously she had offended Lin Ling and the rest. She had thought that she would definitely die, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would spare her? Naturally, she was very grateful to Lin Ling and the rest. In addition, Lord Bai had repeatedly reminded her to take good care of Lin Ling and the rest. She found the largest pavilion and invited Lin Ling and the rest to sit inside. Then she took out fine wine and other things and placed them on the table. So many people? And the treatment is too good. The gods in the surrounding pavilions looked over with furrowed brows. They were also VIPs, but the treatment was as different as heaven and earth. There are indeed many people. I don't know who the leader is, but there are quite a lot of beauties. Someone sneered. There are still 3 days before the auction. Let's wait here for 3 days and cultivate. Moreover, cultivating in this garden is obviously different. It's something that can only be encountered by chance. Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the rest. Lei Gong and the rest were very happy. After all, they now had a large number of dragon stones. In addition to this cultivation treasure land, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Of course, this place was not suitable for cultivating with dragon stones, so they mostly focused on stabilizing their realms. While Lin Ling and the rest were cultivating, a figure suddenly walked towards Lin Ling. It was a youth wearing a silver robe. Behind him were 2 people, and they were not weak at all. They had the strength of a deity-level universe giant god. And that youth seemed to be a pinnacle saint universe giant god, but his aura was tyrannical. His strength was definitely extraordinary. Dear guest, that pavilion has already been reserved. Fairy Qiangyao, who had been standing outside the pavilion, suddenly panicked when she saw the youth walking over. She was responsible for serving Lin Ling and the rest. As long as she served them well, the auction would not pursue her previous mistakes. She did not want to make any mistakes at this time. Yo, you are also quite beautiful. The youth had one hand behind his back while the other hand moved towards Fairy Qiangyao's face. Guest. Fairy Qiangyao was shocked. She did not expect this young man to be so daring. Where are you going? Just as the young man was about to step back to avoid the attack, he frowned. A powerful force surged out and grabbed Fairy Qiangyao into his arms. Dear guest, please don't. Please respect yourself. I'm an auctioneer. Fairy Yao became anxious and kept resisting. Get lost. The young man seemed to be in a bad mood. His brows twitched and his eyes turned silver, looking extremely ferocious. With just a glance at Fairy Qiangyao, her body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. That he felt as if he had gone from the lower level of the Dao Pagoda to the upper level. His body was breaking apart, but this time, it would not reform. No, cried Joan. As Fairy Yao watched herself disappear, she frantically screamed in panic. This is the sound also woke up Lin Ling and the others in the gazebo. Originally, they thought that this was an auction and nothing would happen, so they all calmed down and stabilized their cultivation. Only when Fairy Qiangyao shouted did they realize that Fairy Qiangyao had disappeared. That yes. The fairy who had politely greeted them just now died in front of everyone's eyes. What? At this moment, young Master Ming's pupils shrank. He was the first to stand up, his eyes burning with anger. He was a person who was both righteous and evil, but he had always been protective of his own people. Fairy Qiangyao was in charge of receiving them, and in his eyes she was half of his people. How could he allow an outsider to humiliate her? Even more. Moreover, she was killed in front of him, which was more like a slap to his face. Same. Similarly, Qing Zhu and Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Fairy Qiangyao had slandered them before, but she was obviously a kind person. She did not become cold and heartless in order to protect herself. In the process of slandering them, she kept apologizing to them. Lin Ling and the others also considered this woman half a friend. In the end, no one expected that Fairy Qiangyao would not die in Chen Quan's hands, but in the hands of an unknown young man. There are a few beautiful women. At this moment, the silver-robed young man was still walking forward, as if the people he had killed were dust, ants, and not worth his attention. He walked into the small pavilion and smiled at Long Yang. The 12-winged Yang god said, "I am Yin Chuangshi from the Silver Moon clan. I am the direct descendant of the Silver Moon ancestor god Silver Moon. It is a pleasure to meet you." He had killed Fairy Qiangyao, but it was as if nothing had happened. He ignored Lin Ling and the others. Scram. Long Yang and the 12-winged Yang god said at the same time. They were also angry about Fairy Qiangyao's death. Haha, when a beauty is angry, it is a different kind of flavor. I like it, I like it. Yin Chuangshi laughed and said to the two experts behind him, "Look, when the other women saw me, they all panicked or took the initiative to hug me. Only these two women told me to scram. Isn't it interesting?" "Young master, it is indeed interesting." The two experts laughed as well. They spoke as they pleased, ignoring everyone in the garden, which attracted a lot of attention. I was wondering who was so arrogant. It is Yin Chuangshi. This guy is the 9th son of the Silver Moon ancestor. Many people whispered, but no one dared to talk about it. Little beauties, I will give you one more chance. Come into my arms. Don't tell me to scram. It is fun to hear this once, but it will be boring to hear it a second time. After all, I am not a patient person and I don't like cold beauties. Yin Chuangshi said again at this time. Scram. The two women shouted angrily again, and their bodies were full of killing intent. Silver Yin Chuangshi was still smiling, but his smile gradually became cold. He was the direct descendant of the Silver Moon clan, and he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had never been humiliated like this. Even more. So many people in the garden were looking at him, which made him feel embarrassed. Bitch, I gave you face but you don't want it. His eyes turned silver and he attacked Long Yang and the young man. However, Long Yang and the young man were not weak. 16 wings appeared on the back of the 12-winged sun god, and the light of the sun was blooming. They collided with the silver light. While a sword appeared in Long Yang's hand, which was even more terrifying. When she waved it, a mysterious light appeared, and the silver light could not hurt Long Yang and the young man at all. What's going on? Everyone in the garden was shocked. 10. They recognized the sun god with 2 wings. He was from the sun god clan. They were surprised by the other beautiful woman. Her sword had a powerful mysterious power, which made people feel that it was invulnerable. Most importantly, this power was between life and vitality, which was very strange. It is the power of eternal life. An old man exclaimed. Eternal life. The power of life represented eternal life. Whoever controlled this power would be able to obtain eternal life. If this power was used on someone else, that person would also be able to obtain eternal life. As long as that person didn't enter the underworld, no matter how great their injuries were, they wouldn't die. No one expected that the two women would be so powerful that they could block Yin Chuangshi's attack. Chapter 5184. Go to hell. Go. As the two of them fought against Yin Chuangshi, a bronze door appeared and suppressed Yin Chuangshi. Young Master Ming had made his move. As soon as the bronze door appeared, everyone felt as if they were facing death. Their powers were all affected. Death. Even gods were afraid of death, let alone humans. When the feeling of death came, even the most strong-willed people would feel a ripple in their heart. If they were people who craved for life and feared death, they would be scared half to death and lose all hope of surviving. Why does he control such a powerful force? It doesn't look like the force of the universe. Some people were not affected, but they looked serious. They knew that once this force grew stronger, it would be extremely terrifying. What is this? Yin Chuangshi, who was in the spotlight, turned pale. He did not expect these people to fight back. Moreover, these people were so powerful. Crack, crack, crack. Even as his eyes widened in shock, a hand reached out toward him. It was a hand made of bone as white as jade. When Yin Chuangshi looked down, he realized that his heart had been pierced through, and his deity heart had been ripped out of his body. Bang, bang, bang. He could even hear his own heart beating. Ah! He shouted with difficulty. He wanted to fight back, but Longyang and the 12-winged sun god were suppressing him. Moreover, the bronze door was affecting his condition. Those who see the bronze door have no control over your life. A cold voice floated in front of him. Young Master Ming was looking at Yin Chuangshi coldly. Yo! Yin Chuangshi shouted. Genesis roared with great difficulty as he watched his own heart being pulled out and crushed by Qin Wentin. This process could be said to be the greatest torture in life. After all, he was watching himself die slowly. 100 questions arose in his heart. Why did these people want to kill him? Difficult? Was it because he had flirted with the two women? Only yes, it was just flirting. Was it necessary to kill him? Were these people more domineering than the Silver Moon clan? Young Master. The two powerful people finally reacted. After all, they did not expect Yin Chuangshi to fight back and be so powerful. All of them unleashed their powers to save Yin Chuangshi. Although Silver Creation's heart had been crushed, but it wasn't completely destroyed. Gods were powerful, so as long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it could still be restored. Help me. Genesis sensed this and shouted weakly. Senior sister. At this moment, Lin Ling and Qing Zhu looked at each other. Then, with tacit understanding, they erupted with all their strength, one against one. The two of them were very strong. Even if Lin Ling went all out against one of them, he would not be able to kill his opponent in a short period of time. Of course, his goal was to block the other party. In addition, he didn't want to casually expose the Sword of Faith, so he had hidden a few trump cards. Again looking at Qing Zhu, she had easily blocked her opponent. These people are so strong. Many people exclaimed again. Piss off. The two experts looked anxious, but they couldn't beat back Lin Ling and his companion. Go to hell. Looking at young Master Ming, he did not even look at the two powerhouses. Instead, he was staring at Yin Chuangshi. Although of course he and Qing Zhu were rivals and he had only met Lin Ling once. However, he believed in Lin Ling and his companion's character. Lin Ling and his companions were both righteous and evil, but they were all people of principle. In the ancient universe, gods who had done all kinds of evil would die without a doubt unless they were strong enough. Most gods who were like the Virgin Mary did not live long. Only a god with principles would be able to live longer. How is this possible? Genesis sensed the change behind him and he was shocked again. A group of people. Their cultivation levels were not high, but they were so strong. Most importantly, such a terrifying group of people had gathered together. Bang. Netherworld fire burned, and Yin Chuangshi's deity heart completely dissipated. He said coldly, "The Silver Moon God clan will not let you go." After saying that, his soul was sucked into the bronze door and disappeared into the sky. Do you think you'll be fine after entering the netherworld? Unfortunately, you've entered my netherworld. Young Master Ming looked at the sky and said coldly. Lin Ling and Qing Zhu were shocked. Could it be that young Master Ming's universe was a new netherworld? No wonder young Master Ming was one of the 9 stars of the universe. It's your turn. Young Master Ming looked at the two powerhouses. He opened the bronze door and helped Lin Ling kill his opponent. Then he helped Qing Zhu. In a short period of time, the powerhouses of the Silver Moon God clan were all killed. Young Master Ming walked back and his expression was still cold. Lin Ling and Qing Zhu exchanged a glance. They could tell why young Noble Ming was so angry. Most likely it was because of Fairy Qiongyao's death. Lin Ling and the others were also enraged by Fairy Qiongyao's death, and they would also act like young Noble Ming. However, they did not expect young Master Ming to be angrier than them. This person is really strange. Qing Zhu smiled secretly. Lin Ling thought about how he killed young Master Ming in the tomb on the first level. He did not expect young Master Ming to not avenge them. Could it be because of Ning Qingxin? These people are crazy. This is the 6th floor. There are many experts from the Silver Moon clan here. They killed a direct descendant of the Silver Moon Divine clan, the son of the Divine Ancestor. The Silver Moon clan will never let them go. In the garden, all the gods returned to their seats. Lin Ling and his companions were still sitting. They could hear what the gods were saying. However, they did not care about it. They had an irreconcilable feud with the Silver Moon God clan. Even if Yin Chuangshi did not provoke them, they would not let him go. Yin Chuangshi is dead. At this moment the auction house received the news. Lord Bai's expression changed drastically. Lord Bai, those people are really bold. Not only did they kill Lord Qin Quan, they even killed the young master of the Silver Moon God clan in the auction house. What should we do? Someone asked worriedly. Don't touch them. Let them deal with the Silver Moon God clan themselves. We will not interfere. Lord Ma said after thinking for a while. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lord Ma to still help those people. Those people did not kill an ordinary person. They killed Yin Chuangshi. Lord Ma, shouldn't we let the manager know about this? Besides, he might not agree with your decision. Someone said. No. After a while an order came. The manager has said that this matter has nothing to do with the auction house. The auction will continue. No. Everyone in the auction house was shocked. The manager was also helping those people. Could it be that those guests had a powerful background? And the manager was the person with the highest status in the auction house. Since he had said so, no one dared to say anything. Time passed quietly. The auction had officially begun. The treasures of the gods from different eras were put up for auction. The currency of the auction was dragon stones. No. While the auction was in full swing, on the other side of the auction house, the ancient Myriad Sea tribe, Qin Quan is dead. Chapter 5185. In the camp of the Myriad Oceanic tribe, a dozen figures were looking at the corpse on the ground. It was Qin Quan's corpse. Qin Quan is a guest elder of the Myriad Oceanic tribe. He represents the Myriad Oceanic tribe. How did he die? An old man with blue skin and ears like conches said coldly. How dare they? Qin Quan represents the Myriad Oceanic tribe to invest in the Purple Wind Cave. Doesn't the Purple Wind Cave know who he is? Who is the murderer? We must avenge him and destroy his entire tribe. Murderer! The people of the Myriad Oceanic tribe shouted angrily. Your Majesty, the Purple Wind Cave sent word that Qin Quan violated the rules and was killed. The god in charge of bringing Qin Quan's corpse back said. Do you think the auction house can do anything about it? The old man who spoke first said angrily. No, Qin Quan was not killed by the auction house. He was killed by a guest. I heard that Qin Quan was greedy for their treasures and violated the rules. Therefore the guest killed him. The auction house could not do anything about it, so they could only send the corpse back. Guest? What kind of guest is that? What kind of treasure is worth a life? I heard that it's the final treasure. The final treasure. After hearing those words, the anger of the Myriad Oceanic tribe subsided a little. After all, the final treasure was no small matter. It was no wonder that the guest would kill someone out of anger if they were greedy for it. Of course, the Myriad Oceanic tribe was one of the 12 divine tribes. Even if their people were in the wrong, the Myriad Oceanic tribe would deal with it. Where are the guests now? The old man said coldly. He's still in the Purple Wind Cave, but I just received news that those guests killed Silver Genesis. How dare they kill Yin Chuangshi? The 6th floor is going to be in chaos. What did the Purple Wind Cave say about this? The Purple Wind Cave ignored it. That's strange. According to the auction house's style, they would capture Yin Chuangshi and send him to the Silver Moon tribe. Since the auction house ignored it, it means that the guests have a powerful background. The old man pondered and said coldly, no matter what, the Purple Wind Cave did not dare to touch them. If the Myriad Oceanic tribe dares to do so, the Purple Wind Cave will not be peaceful. At the same time, on the other side of the Silver Moon clan, endless moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, making the entire valley holy. A huge statue sat on the ground. This statue was completely transparent, as if it was condensed from light. Its aura was incomparably powerful. He did not look like a statue because he was alive, and more importantly, he was breathing. With a single breath, an endless amount of light dust sprinkled out, dyeing the entire valley silver. Moreover, if one looked carefully, on the cliff of the valley, a large number of experts were also cultivating. Their bodies were also emitting silver moonlight. My lord, young Master Genesis is dead. However, a phantom-like figure walked in. Because under the moonlight, this person turned into a blur and nothing could be seen clearly. Only as soon as his voice sounded, the entire valley suddenly became silent. Everyone stopped breathing. What? My 9th brother is dead. The largest statue in the valley let out a furious roar. Swish-la-la. He stood up, a gust of wind blew. The moonlight seemed to materialize as a vortex appeared around him. He was killed by a group of unknown guests in the Purple Wind Cave, and the Purple Wind Cave did not care about this matter. How dare they? The Purple Wind Cave originally had members of our Silver Moon clan, and now that they are dead they did not care. Since the Purple Wind Cave did not care, the Silver Moon clan will take care of it ourselves. Lord Genesis Universe, should we go to the Purple Wind Cave immediately? Go, all the Silver Moon clan members in this area go out and bring those people back for the deity race to deal with. The valley suddenly became dazzling, and a large number of Silver Moon gods stood up. Judging by their appearances they were all giant universe gods. On the other side, the Purple Wind Cave auction was held as scheduled. It was in full swing and extremely lively. All the gods in the vicinity had gathered to purchase the items that they wanted. Two major incidents have happened in the auction. I'm afraid the Purple Wind Cave will not be peaceful. In a bamboo forest, a god in armor cupped his hands and bowed. Yes, a storm is coming in the Purple Wind Cave. Looking at the bamboo forest, a middle-aged man in a loose white robe held a sprinkler in his hand and was watering the bamboo shoots in the forest. According to my estimation, the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan will come here to ask for those people. Let them come. The Purple Wind Cave will not interfere in this matter, but we will not send them to their doorstep. Manager Y. Although we will not interfere, we will still offend the two deity races. You must know that the reason the Purple Wind Cave is able to hold an auction here is because the deity races have given us face. This matter cannot be explained in a few words. I can only say that we cannot afford to offend those guests. This? After a round of discussion, the god's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, our Violet Wind Cave's auction has the backing of a few great divine clans. With just the Myriad Oceanic clan and Silver Moon clan, they wouldn't dare act rashly. They can only vent their anger on those guests, and whether those guests can overcome this calamity will depend on their luck. At the very least we've helped them. The white-robed middle-aged man smiled. At the same time Lin Ling and the others were sitting quietly in the auction house, watching all kinds of rare treasures being auctioned off. They were VIPs and had the right to bid first. Moreover, if the price difference was not big they could also bid first for the treasures. Guests, this is what happened. Someone beside Lin Ling and the other two reminded them in a low voice. Okay, we know. Qingzhu waved his hand and dismissed the person. Then he looked at Lin Ling and young Master Ming and said, it seems that Qin Quan's background is not small. He belongs to the Myriad Sea clan. Now the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan are coming to settle accounts with us. The manager of the auction house asked us if we should leave now or after the auction. The manager of the auction house is quite generous. We killed someone in his territory but he did not arrest us. Instead he reminded us. Young Master Ming laughed. It is probably useless to leave. After we killed that person someone must be watching us. Why don't we leave after the auction? Lin Ling suggested after pondering for a while. Junior brother, you are right. Since this is the case, let's stay here for now. What will come sooner or later. Qingzhu nodded and told Lei Gong and the others the news so that they could be mentally prepared. I want to see how powerful the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan are. Although they knew that trouble was coming, none of them were afraid. After all, the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan were their old rivals. Moreover, they were unwilling to back down from the previous incident. Therefore they would deal with it as it came. This auction is a soul demise stone. It can increase one's understanding of the universe and increase one's soul power. The starting price is 10 dragon stones. Chapter 5186. Lin Ling shook his head. This kind of treasure can only increase one's soul force by a limited amount. Even in the universe, it can only increase one's soul force by a small amount. It's not worth much. In terms of soul force and understanding of the universe, Lin Ling could be considered a grandmaster. I see. Everyone nodded. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about this treasure, but others didn't. They fought over it until their heads bled. In the end, the soul demise stone was bought for 320 dragon stones, and it was won by a woman. Accept. Next, the auction continued. Along the way, Xingyi, Longyang, and the others took a fancy to the treasures they wanted and won them. They had a good harvest in the mountain valley and didn't lack dragon stones. No. Unknowingly, it was time for the finale treasures and there were many of them. The entire auction house fell silent. Everyone's breathing quickened. After all, although the treasures in the auction were rare, they weren't unobtainable. The finale treasures were usually one of a kind. It was hard to buy them even if you had money. The first finale treasure, jade-clothed flesh fruit. The fruit floated out. It was wrapped in lotus leaves and looked like a piece of meat. It emitted a sweet fragrance. What kind of fruit is this? Many people were curious. This is a fruit that floats in the Chaos Realm's void. In the Grand Mist era there were many such fruits, but there aren't many now. It is said that this is the food of the giant god race and the Panga race. It can greatly increase one's physical strength and strengthen one's body. However, not everyone can eat this fruit. The starting price is 500 dragon stones. Each bid increases by 10 dragon stones. A voice floated out. Linling's eyes narrowed. This treasure had deeply attracted him. This treasure that could increase one's physical strength was just right for him. I didn't expect that there would be something I like in this auction. Linling licked his lips. He was determined to win. Junior brother, buy it? Qingzhu saw Linling's expression and hurriedly advised, "You don't have enough dragon stones. I have some here. Buy as many dragon stones as you want." On the other hand, Linling had also obtained a lot of dragon stones in the valley. It was enough for the auction. However, Linling wanted to save some dragon stones. He shook his head and said, "There's no rush. Let's see how things go." While they were talking, someone had already made a bid. The first bid was 550 crystals. 600 dragon stones. Is 600 a lot? I'll pay 700. If you have the ability, then compete with me. 800 dragon stones. The scene was very lively. Originally, the final treasure was no small matter. In addition, it was a rare fruit that could increase one's physical strength. This was something that couldn't be missed. No voices continued to ring out, causing the price to soar to 1,000 pieces. After reaching this price, the number of people bidding finally decreased a little. But Linling's expression was still ugly. He didn't expect it to be so popular. It was beyond his expectations. 1,300 dragon stones. The old voice suddenly rang out and eliminated many more people. There was a brief moment of silence. 3,000 dragon stones. However, Linling's voice floated out. This time he had more than doubled the price. Everyone was shocked and countless gazes looked towards Linling. The main reason was that the price had increased too much. It's him, the accomplice who killed Yin Shuangshi. They haven't left yet. How bold. That guy with a sneer on his face killed Yin Shuangshi. This person dares to snatch the treasure. I don't think he's a good person. Whispers could be heard. No one dared to bid any more. However, it wasn't that people were afraid. They just didn't want to get into trouble. In many people's eyes, that group of people was doomed. 3,000 dragon stones, going once, going twice, going thrice. Sold. The old voice sounded. The treasure was now Linling's. Linling was relieved. He had finally gotten it. When he saw the price soar, he couldn't help but make a move. Moreover, he raised the price in one go to shock everyone. Fruit. However, many people were shocked. They thought that Linling was rich. However, after calming down, they realized that it was not a loss to buy a fruit that could increase one's physical strength with 3,000 dragon stones. But, although the dragon stones were precious, as long as they stayed on the 6th floor, they could get them back sooner or later. However, if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. So, many people began to feel annoyed and helpless. At this time, a large number of people walked into the hall and sat down. They looked around. Judging by the color of their skin, they were obviously from the Wanhai tribe. It's them. That white-haired man is the one who killed Qin Quan. Someone pointed at Linling and said. His voice was loud and the auction house quieted down. The auction was temporarily stopped. Clap. The auction house didn't chase away the people from the Wanhai tribe. Firstly, they had the right to come in. Secondly, the Wanhai tribe had shares in the auction house. They were not to be trifled with. They're so slow. Ling looked at the people from the Wanhai tribe and shook his head with a smile. He was not surprised by their appearance at all. They came in the second half of the auction. They're really slow. Young Master Ming said coldly. He looked at the group and shook his head. He thought that some strong people had come, but it was a group of early-stage universe giant gods. It seemed that this group of people didn't know that Qin Quan was killed by Linling. Maybe they guessed that it was the auction house that helped Linling kill Qin Quan. The Wanhai tribe is here. It should be the Silver Moon tribe soon. Green said. Bamboo smiled. However, the Wanhai tribe is really overbearing. They actually dared to stop the auction. It seems that they came prepared. At this time, a cold voice was heard. Did you kill Elder Qin Quan? Stop hiding and come out. Hide? Ling shook his head. He knew that these enemies would come and find him. He didn't plan to hide. I'll do it. Young Master Ming suddenly said. I killed Qin Quan, right? I'll do it. You guys just sit down. Later the Silver Moon tribe will be here too. You guys will have the chance to attack then. Ling said to young Master Ming and the others. He walked out and looked at the group of people from the Wanhai tribe. I'm the manager of the Wanhai tribe in the Purple Wind Cave area. The man stood up and looked at Lin Ling with murderous eyes. On the 6th floor. The 6th floor was where the various deity tribes gathered. They had their own headquarters and minded their own business. Of course, every deity tribe had many headquarters. The main reason was that the 6th floor was too big. He's the manager of the Wanhai tribe. Diske, there's a good show to watch. After knowing the background of the man, they were even more delighted. I'm Wanzhong too. The man continued, come back with me obediently. Don't think about escaping. You guys can't escape. The moment he said that, many people's eyes flashed. The male from the Myriad Seas clan was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Although he was quite strong, he had personally witnessed the trio killing Yin Shuangshi in the garden. And the three of them were early stage universe giant gods. Silver Genesis was a saint, but his combat power was obvious to all. He was comparable to an early stage universe giant god. But he was still killed in the end. This showed that the strength of this group was extraordinary. Chapter 5187. What's your name? Wanzhongtu asked again. It was as if he dominated the entire process. You don't have the right to know my name. I'm afraid you'll be scared out of your wits. Ling finally spoke. You're the same as Qin Quan. You're both idiots. Do you know what you're saying? Zhongtu emanated coldness that could crush the soul of others. He'd thought that their limbs would definitely go limp and kneel down to beg for mercy, but he hadn't expected that they would disregard him, and the white-haired man would even look down upon him. You're courting death. He unleashed his strength and his divine power surged like an ocean. Whoosh. Shadows appeared, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws like tentacles. A giant octopus appeared behind Wanzhongtu. It was his divine body. The divine body of the Wanhai tribe was related to the sea. It was said that they were the ancestors of the sea. Boom. Rumble. All of a sudden the auction house began to tremble. The roof of the auction house suddenly opened, and a light screen appeared to protect the entire auction house. The auction house was located in the Purple Wind Cave, and there were countless treasures being auctioned. Therefore they had already prepared for emergencies. People also dispersed and left the auction house to watch. That white-haired man is only a saint, and Wanzhongtu is a deity. How can he fight? Wanzhongtu has a divine body. He's definitely not an ordinary deity. Voices of assessment floated out. Only the deities in the garden knew that this battle wasn't as simple as it seemed. Again, Wanzhongtu had already unleashed his full strength, and his eyes were filled with anger. He was the manager of this area, and the Wanhai tribe had entrusted him with an important task. Now a nobody dared to look down on him. Today, he was going to establish his prestige in the Purple Wind Cave. Lord Manager, kill him? Cheers rang out from the Myriad Sea tribe's side. They all believed that it would be a piece of cake for the manager to attack a saint. Boom. Rumble. The tentacles of the octopus shot toward Lin Ling like swords. The divine power was incomparably huge, reaching hundreds of trillions. Hundreds of trillions of divine power. I've only fused with 15 trillion divine power. This guy's strength isn't much weaker than King Wan Tao. Unfortunately, I have many dragon stones above me, but I don't have time to refine and break through. Go all out. Lin Ling knew that if he didn't use his full strength, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. After all, the difference between the two of them was a great realm. Boom. He activated innate skill fusion and Pangu's strike appeared. His divine power was unrivaled. Soon after, he shot towards Wanzhongxing like a cannonball. Ding ding dang dang. Countless tentacles containing terrifying divine power landed on Lin Ling's body, but they were repelled by a powerful force. It was the power of his physical body. After activating the ancient strike, Lin Ling's godly power was temporarily invincible. Of course, there was a limit to this invincibility. For example, right now, facing hundreds of trillions of godly power, Lin Ling felt waves of intense pain coming from his body. And furthermore, Panga's attack duration was shorter than usual. Dang, however, this was enough because Lin Ling had already appeared in front of Wan Zhongtu, causing Wan Zhongtu's expression to change. Divine power is ineffective? What a joke. He was somewhat confused. This was the first time he saw divine power being ineffective. It was extremely heaven-defying. After all, the basic attack of a god was divine power. Now that the basic attack was ineffective, how was he going to fight? Cloud of heavy earth. Suddenly Wan Zhongtu released a loud shout, opening his mouth to spit out terrifying clouds and mist. This was heavy poison universe. It was a divine power that fused his godly body with the universe. You want to poison me? Unfortunately, you're dreaming. Ling didn't dare to touch the poisonous cloud casually. Although his physical body was strong, his opponent's godly body wasn't weak either. He activated Lin Ling Universe to block all poisonous things. Universe of 5 realms. Heavy Earth shouted again. Why was this saint-level universe so difficult to deal with? Your luck has come to an end. After blocking 2 powerful attacks from Wan Zhongtu, Lin Ling activated his trump card and intimidated Wan Zhongtu's soul. Shwa shwa shwa. Only behind Wan Zhongtu's octopus body, countless tentacles were cut off as if they were cut by a knife. Wan Zhongtu's godly body was indeed powerful. Could actually block soul power. Sword of Faith. Ling knew that although Wan Zhongtu blocked Universe 3 Extremes break, he had lost the means to attack. After all his tentacles were cut off, and it would take time for them to grow again. He dazzling light sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out. This sword didn't seem powerful, but it was extremely dazzling as if it came from the beginning of the universe. Wan Zhongtu heavy earth's pupils trembled. This sword didn't seem huge, but it was too dazzling. It was as if it could burn him and give him a lot of pressure. Shwa. When the sword slashed down, a burning smell drifted out. A dazzling sword mark appeared on Wan Zhongtu's body. From top to bottom he was cut in half. He raised his head and looked at the white-haired man in front of him. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would be defeated. Again, the people of the ocean race who were cheering were speechless and dumbfounded. Their leader had been defeated in battle. Then they wanted to help, but after seeing the dazzling white sword in Lin Ling's hand, they didn't dare to move. They almost fainted. Why was the white-haired man so powerful? Why didn't anyone tell them? While Lin Ling also withdrew the Sword of Faith because he realized that Wan Zhongtu was very powerful. His sword had consumed a lot of power of faith. Then he looked to the other side and saw a piece of flesh wriggling on the ground. Then it slowly turned into a human. Was Wan Zhongtu? This guy didn't die? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. It seemed that Wan Zhongtu was indeed unique in being able to become a divine race. After all, after his Sword of Faith, no one had survived. Wan Zhongtu was the first. Wan Zhongtu, who was revived, was very pale. His eyes were filled with fear. He could revive because his original body was an octopus. Even if he was cut in half, he could revive through the body. Who the hell is this guy? Voices kept rising in his mind. Manager, do we still want to catch them? Someone from the myriad oceanic race asked. Wan Zhongtu almost cursed it out loud. Could they catch them in this situation? Could they catch them? Let's go. He didn't dare to stay and planned to bring more experts. Go. Seeing that guy was about to run away, Lin Ling immediately sneered, Do you think you can still escape? As soon as he spoke, everyone was shocked. Wan Zhongtu snorted coldly, You're very strong. We underestimated you. But you have to understand that I'm just a manager of the Myriad Sea Tribe. There are many people like me in the Myriad Sea Tribe. You can't afford to provoke me. I can't afford to offend you? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Wan Zhongtu indifferently. This with just one look, Wan Zhongtu and the others felt their scalps go numb. That smile and expression made them panic because a thought had appeared in their minds. This white-haired man wanted to kill them all. Crazy. Chapter 5188. What does he mean? Is he going to kill Wan Zhongtu and the others? That's impossible. That's impossible. This is the 6th level. If he dares to touch Wan Zhongtu and the others, it's tantamount to angering the myriad oceanic race. Offending the myriad oceanic race on the 6th level is tantamount to digging one's own grave. He's definitely just trying to scare them. Everyone in the auction was discussing animatedly. Lin Ling was still looking at Wan Zhongtu. Wan Zhongtu was silent, but he was very nervous. This was because he could clearly sense killing intent from Lin Ling's appearance. He felt that Lin Ling was really going to kill them. No. However, the myriad oceanic race behind Wan Zhongtu didn't think so. They thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to touch them. 10. Who in the Tao Pagoda didn't know about the majesty of the god race? Apart from a few gods, very few people dared to go against the god race. You're strong. We can't stop you, but you should know that if you dare to kill us, you'll be wanted by the myriad oceanic race. Where can you escape to? Behind Wan Zhongtu, an old man smiled faintly and said, I'll say something else. If you really want to kill us, you'd better do it now. When we leave, you won't have the chance. When Wan Zhongtu heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Was this a provocation? If it was a provocation to someone with a guilty conscience, the effect would be 100%. However, if it was a provocation to someone who wanted to kill, the effect would be the opposite. Thank you for the reminder. In order to not let you down, it seems that I should do it now. As expected, Lin Ling said faintly. The faith sword appeared in his hand again. Although it was much dimmer than before, it was still sharp. Most importantly, Wan Zhongtu was now seriously injured and might not be able to block his sword. The gods of the myriad oceanic race stared. This guy really dared to kill them? Run. Wan Zhongtu had already guessed Lin Ling's intention. At this moment, he roared and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the distance. Run. The other gods of the myriad oceanic race reacted. They weren't stupid and fled in all directions. Let's see how Lin Ling will chase after them. Don't chase me, don't chase me. While Zhongtu was fleeing, he was shouting in his heart. After that, he turned around to take a look, and his pupils instantly trembled, because Lin Ling was walking towards him. As for the other members of the myriad oceanic tribe, there were other experts chasing after them. And from the looks of it, those people were very strong, able to kill a deity-level giant universe god. Who the hell are these people? His heart rumbled like thunder. It was one thing for one person to be able to battle above their level, but by the looks of it now, it seemed that everyone could do so. This was practically a gathering camp for prodigies of the gods. However, he didn't have time to be shocked. He stared at Lin Ling, who was shooting towards him and anxiously wanted to escape. At the same time, a dazzling sword slashed down from the sky. Although of course Lin Ling could no longer use Panga's strike. However, with his talent fusion in Lin Ling's universe, his strength was still very strong. While the myriad gravity Earth was already heavily injured. How could it still block? Blood spurted out from the sky as a tentacle fell from the sky. It was the tentacle of the 10,000-layer Earth. His godly body was indeed powerful. He was actually still alive after being killed twice. What a powerful godly body. Lin Ling was also secretly shocked. However, he could also sense that the second strike was much simpler than the first. This meant that the power of the myriad gravity Earth was weakening. Let's see how many strikes you can block. Lin Ling sensed the faith sword and realized that the number of times he could use it was limited. However, it should be more than enough to kill the myriad gravity Earth. Don't kill me. Spare me. The myriad gravity Earth was getting weaker and weaker. He kept begging for mercy, but what greeted him was a strike. Pa. Another tentacle fell to the ground. Pa. Pa. More and more tentacles appeared. Finally, the myriad gravity Earth was killed. On the other side, the myriad oceanic tribe god was also killed. His corpse fell to the ground, and his treasures were plundered. After that, Jianghu and the others flew back and gathered around Lin Ling. Lin Ling, are you leaving? Jianghu asked. Of course not. Our Chu Wuzhu hasn't been auctioned yet. Lin Ling shook his head. Killing the myriad oceanic tribe god will probably attract more experts. When that happens, it will be even harder to leave. Saint Yi said. If we are trapped in the Purple Wind Cave, we won't be able to escape. Ray said. Gong, Longyang and the others were also worried. Although they were mentally prepared, they did not want to be trapped in one place. Now we can't leave. Lin Ling shook his head. Even if we leave now, we will be caught halfway. Moreover, I have a feeling that they won't dare to act recklessly in the Purple Wind Cave. If we leave, it will be more troublesome. Lin Ling is right. Ming agreed. However, this choice is also very dangerous. It will depend on our luck. Everyone had followed Lin Ling for a long time. They had been through many life and death situations, so they agreed with Lin Ling's choice. They landed on the ground. These people are so strong. Many of them are saints, but they are so strong that they can kill gods. How could an ordinary god do something like this? Who are they? Seeing Lin Ling and the others return, many people's faces were solemn. gods who could fight above their level were rare. The most terrifying thing was that these gods were gathered together. Moreover, no one knew the origin of this group of people. Chapter 5189. On the other side, the auction was still going on. However, the previous battle was still lingering in people's minds. Many people began to guess the origin of this group of people. Unfortunately, in the second half of the Dao Pagoda, there were many gods who rose like comets, and each of them could fight above their level. They were very powerful, so they could not guess the origin of this group of people for a while. They only knew that this group of people would inevitably clash with the Myriad Sea tribe and the Silver Moon clan. Unfortunately, no one knew. Even if there was no such thing, if the Myriad Sea tribe and the Silver Moon clan knew about Lin Ling's origin, they would still kill Lin Ling. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had killed so easily before. Although the auction had begun, no matter what treasures were taken out, people would more or less look at Lin Ling and the others before bidding. If Lin Ling and the others opened their mouths, they would not raise the price for fear of offending this group of people. After all, a guy who dared to kill people in an auction and was safe and sound, this kind of person could not be provoked. These people seem to be afraid of us. Gradually, young Master Ming also noticed this strange scene. That's true, but do we really look that fierce? Qingzhu said with a wry smile. I guess we are very fierce. Dragon Mother nodded as if she was serious. Lin Ling also had a wry smile on his face, but he did not care. Since others had let them have it, when they saw a suitable treasure, naturally they would not be unreasonable. The next treasure is an extremely rare meteorite. It is said that it is one of the materials needed to refine a universe-level divine weapon, Pangu's godly axe. At this time, an irregular stone that looked like a meteorite floated up. The stone was about the size of a millstone. It did not release any spiritual energy and looked very ordinary. One of the materials for Pangu's godly axe? I have Pangu's real body. If I have Pangu's godly axe, I will be able to exert its power greatly. Lin Ling's eyes were constantly flashing, but he secretly shook his head. Pangu's godly axe was definitely made of more than one stone. Moreover, this kind of godly axe, even if one had the materials, who could refine it? Therefore, he was only a little tempted, but he didn't plan to take it for himself. However, he didn't notice that many people were paying attention to his expression. When they saw that he was moved, they immediately sighed. This is a precious unmanned meteorite. If he takes a fancy to it, does that mean it belongs to him? Don't worry about him, just bid as usual. You make it sound so impressive. Why don't you make a bid? You only know how to bewitch others. You're the coward. Come and try me if you can. A spectacle appeared in the auction. Everyone was staring at the stone, but no one bid. He looked like a duck that was being held by the neck, which was very comical. Qingzhu and the others all shook their heads speechlessly. Did he really think they were murderers? Lin Ling waited quietly for a moment. He also felt that something was strange, but after looking around he realized what was going on. Laughing, he said, I didn't take a liking to this treasure. If you want it, go ahead and bid for it. Also, don't treat us like villains. It was auctioned according to the rules. Who knows if you'll kill me and steal my treasures? Someone shouted in a low voice. In fact, people were indeed afraid of this. After all, murderers dared to kill people in the Purple Wind Cave. Killing people and stealing treasures was nothing. Nonsense, are we that kind of people? Lin Ling shook his head speechlessly and scolded, previously it was the Myriad Sea clan who provoked us, so we killed them. If no one provoked us, why would we kill them? That's what you said. It seems that he really didn't take a fancy to the unmanned meteorite. Come, let's bid. 500 dragon stones. The scene became lively once again. Everyone was fighting over the treasures, and in the end, an old man obtained the treasures. Ironically, this old man was a middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant god, but he was still afraid of Lin Ling and the others. It was obvious that no one was stupid. In their opinion, Lin Ling and the others were not only powerful, but they could also kill people in the Purple Wind Cave without incident. In addition, they weren't afraid of the Myriad Sea clan or the Silver Moon clan. Therefore, people guessed that this group of people must have a strong background. TSK, it was sold for 5,000 dragon stones. Lei Gong suddenly said, it's just a material. What if it's our final treasure? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling and the others were looking forward to it. Not long after, it was finally their Chu Wuzhu's turn. After the introduction of the Chu Wuzhu's function, the auction went silent for a while, but soon it became lively again. The fog could ignore all detection and divine abilities. This was a treasure that many gods had at the bottom of their chest. At a critical moment it could save a life. The auction also stated that a certain method was needed to fully activate this kind of pearl. However, many gods were thinking that they must have a way to break this taboo. I know this is the treasure of the Chu family in the chaotic realm. Someone who was knowledgeable guessed the origin of this treasure. Then he explained the status of this treasure in the Chu family, which aroused the interest of many people. Although the Chu family had a strong background, this was the Dao Tower. What was there to be afraid of? As for the Chu family's final treasure, this treasure was even more extraordinary. It would be strange if they did not buy it. As if a bomb had been ignited in the auction, people were in high spirits and the price kept soaring. At the beginning the price had reached 3,000 dragon stones, and every time the price was raised, it increased by 500 dragon stones. Lin Ling and the others were shocked to see the price soar, but they were all very happy. These guys pretended to be poor when they were auctioning ordinary treasures. Now that the final treasure is being auctioned, they are all taking out all their money. Lei Gong scolded them with a smile. After a long time, the Chu Wuzhu was sold for 10,000 dragon stones to a mysterious middle-aged man. After getting the treasure, this man left immediately, looking very mysterious. Obviously, he also knew that this treasure was the Chu family's final treasure, so he naturally wanted to leave this place immediately. Moreover, although the Chu Wuzhu would attract the attention of the Chu family, it was also a powerful life-saving trump card. No one would miss it. No matter if it was a human or a god, they only had one life. It was worth it to pay some risks to survive. 10,000 dragon stones was the highest price in today's auction. Tiske, I don't know who put this treasure up for auction, but in the blink of an eye he earned 10,000 dragon stones. I'm so jealous. Yes, with these dragon stones I guess my cultivation stage will be greatly improved. Many people were still thinking about the previous craziness. Lin Ling and young Master Ming looked at each other and smiled. These dragon stones were indeed enough for them to become stronger. There were 9 of them, so each of them could get 1,000 dragon stones. Then several more final treasures were auctioned, and the auction was completely over. Lin Ling and the others hurried backstage. After waiting for a while, Lord Bai arrived and handed over 9,000 dragon stones, of which 1,000 were accepted by the auction house as commission. Lin Ling, the Silver Wind clan and the Myriad Sea clan are waiting outside the auction house. You must be careful. Chapter 5190. As they walked along the corridor, everyone looked solemn. They knew that a great battle was about to break out. They have been waiting for us for a long time. This time I guess the Silver Moon clan is involved. Lei Gong suddenly said. Although he had prepared himself, he still felt uneasy when he thought of being besieged by the deity clan. Xingyi, Longyang and the others were silent, but they were looking at Lin Ling. This man had led them through many life and death situations. This time they could only rely on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what do you think? Young Master Ming asked with a smile. He looked indifferent. What's there to see? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He seemed to have noticed something. Then he looked at Qingzhu and found that she was also smiling mysteriously. He instantly knew that she had noticed something. As they walked, there was a sea of people outside the auction house. Now, everyone in the Purple Wind Cave knew about Lin Ling and the others. They knew that something big was going to happen after the auction. Did that group of people leave? Not yet. Someone saw them just now. I don't know what kind of battle it will cause. That goes without saying. Those people can't fight against the deity clan. They're doomed. You didn't see him. He is an elder of the Million Sea tribe. His divine body is a tuna. He is extremely powerful and famous on the 6th level. That is Yin Chuangyu of the Silver Moon clan. He is a ray of moonlight from God Ancestor Silver Moon. He is also very powerful. A series of discussions echoed in every corner of the place. At the entrance of the auction house, 2 groups of people stood there. Their auras were strong but they were silent, which made the atmosphere very oppressive. Elders of the Million Sea tribe, have you found out the whereabouts of those people? Suddenly a burly young man asked. On the myriad oceanic races side, an elder with a long beard and a walking stick said, we still haven't found out where they came from, but we know that they're all very powerful. Not long ago they killed our myriad oceanic races Myriad Earth. I've seen them fight with my own eyes, and I'm sure that most of them are martial saints. With such strength, no wonder he's so arrogant. The burly young man's expression turned cold. No matter what kind of strength you have, all of you will die here today. Yin Chuangyu said it. Of course. If we don't kill them, what dignity do we have left? The old man with the walking stick also nodded slightly. They continued to wait quietly. They weren't afraid that Lin Ling and the others would escape. After all, Lin Ling and the others couldn't escape. After a long time, a large number of figures finally appeared at the door. It was Lin Ling and the others. At this moment, the crowd outside the auction house fell silent. The two god clans stared coldly at Lin Ling and the others as if they wanted to imprint their faces into their hearts. Elder, that white-haired man is the one who killed Qin Quan and Wan Zhong too. Someone from the Myriad Sea tribe pointed at Lin Ling. Young master, he's the one who killed young master Yin Chuangshi. Someone from the Silver Moon clan pointed at young master Ming. The two god clans had locked onto their enemies. You're the one who killed two people from the Myriad Sea tribe. After a moment of silence, the elder from the Myriad Sea tribe spoke. He was holding a walking stick, but the walking stick had a powerful godly power that made people feel as if they were in the universe. Late-stage universe giant god. Lin Ling and the others were secretly shocked. They couldn't resist such strength at all. However, although they were shocked, their expressions didn't change. So you're the one behind those two idiots? Lin Ling nodded slightly. Yes, I killed those two idiots. Is there a problem? How dare you be so stubborn after killing people from the Myriad Sea tribe? The elder stomped his walking stick, his face full of murderous intent. If it weren't for the Silver Moon clan, he would have attacked long ago. Stubborn? Lin Ling sneered. They were already enemies. Was he supposed to be soft if he wasn't stubborn? He said disdainfully, I'm stubborn. So what? You're bluffing. Hearing this, the eyes of the Myriad Sea tribe members were spitting fire, and their bodies were trembling. From this, it could be seen how furious they were. After all, they were the 12 god clans. They were the ones who bullied others. Now that they were being bullied, the other party dared to be so arrogant. You're the one who killed my 9th brother, right? Tell me your name. At this time Yin Chuangyu also spoke, his eyes fixed on young master Ming. Who's your 9th brother? I've killed countless people in my life. Who knows if I killed your 9th brother? Young master Ming wasn't a kind person. He didn't give face to the Silver Moon clan. How dare you be so arrogant? Yin Chuangyu was furious. My 9th brother was killed in the auction. You only need to say yes or no. So it's that idiot. So what if I did? Young master Ming nodded, his face full of indifference. This group of people is indeed arrogant. It's just that they can't escape even if they have wings. Where did they get their confidence from? Everyone was shocked. That white-haired man was arrogant, and this evil-looking youth was also arrogant. If you're so capable, tell me your name. Yin Chuangyu asked again. He wanted to know the background of this group of seemingly arrogant but powerful people. Do you think I'll tell you just because you asked me to? Before asking someone, you should tell me your background. Young master Ming replied disdainfully. How dare you speak so arrogantly after killing my young master? You've gone too far. Seeing young master Ming's repeated provocations, someone from the Silver Moon clan couldn't help but attack. This person was a middle-stage deity universe giant god with a deity energy of 200 trillion. You're courting death. Unexpectedly, young master Ming wasn't afraid at all. He stepped forward and waved his hand. 9 bronze doors appeared. The doors opened quickly and tumbling dark wind blew out. Underworld. At this moment, the gods of the Silver Moon clan all reacted. Young master Ming's strength was at the early stage deity universe giant god level, but his deity energy was unimaginably strong. It kept expanding and enveloped the entire Purple Wind Cave. From 100 trillion, it kept increasing until it reached 150 trillion. This is deity energy. The gods of the Purple Wind Cave were all shocked. Early-stage deity universe giant gods usually had a deity energy of 100 trillion, and this was already considered good. Most of them hadn't reached 100 trillion, but this person had exceeded it by more than half. So strong? Not good. The god of the Silver Moon clan who attacked cried out in alarm. He felt the 9 bronze doors locking onto him, weakening his strength. This was the feeling of death. One weakened while the other strengthened. Young master Ming's huge hand grabbed over. This wasn't something that the god could only resist. This huge hand was a huge skeletal arm, but it was like the hand of the god of the underworld, dominating life and death. It broke through the universe, pierced through countless deity energy, and suddenly grabbed that god of the Silver Moon clan. Chapter 5191. Oh. The white bony palm clenched, and that deity turned into silver light and dissipated. Everyone was shocked. A middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant god died just like that. He died so cleanly and in front of the Silver Moon God clan. Die for me. But at this moment, the ground exploded, and a dazzling light shot up into the sky as though the moon had risen from the ground. Yet another two middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant gods. They seized the opportunity when young Master Ming was finishing his move to unleash their strength and forcefully attacked. Junior brother, make your move. Green Bamboo said to Lin Ling after glancing at the myriad sea clan. Shoo. She shot out, and in midair she turned into a huge white snake. This white snake bit on a piece of emerald green bamboo, and it swept down towards the moonlight. With this sweep, the originally endless moonlight revealed its true form. It was a moonman covered in dazzling light. This person seemed to be formed by the moonlight. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to attack his body. But the first sweep of the green bamboo swept him out of his body, and the second sweep smashed him down to the ground. Chi-chi-chi. The sound of people gasping could be heard again. Where did this white snake come from? Why was it so strong? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The last time senior sister helped him, it was in the form of a huge white ape. This time it was a white snake, but they had a similar characteristic, green bamboo. It seemed that the emerald green bamboo was senior sister's true godly body. Sir, we will help you. Zhengguei and the others shouted. No need. Lin Ling did not want to expose his identity, so he stopped everyone. After all, if Lei Gong, Long Yang and the others attacked, others would be able to guess that they were the host bodies of the world wills. And at that time, new enemies would appear, such as the Rot race and the three god sects of White Mountain. He unleashed his strength, innate talent fusion, Universe 3 Extremes Break, Lin Ling's Universe, Penga's Attack and Faith Sword. This was the first time he used all his trump cards at the same time. Under normal circumstances, even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be a match for a middle-stage deity cosmos giant god. But this time, the opponent's attention wasn't on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also a sneak attacker. Therefore, when all of this power landed on the body of another powerful god, the god was unable to withstand it for a short period of time and was forcibly suppressed back to the ground. I'm being suppressed again. Many people narrowed their eyes again, but more of them were staring at Qing Zhu and young Master Ming. Everyone could see that these two were the strongest. The Myriad Sea tribe hadn't made a move yet because they wanted to see through Lin Ling's strength. But now they were shocked. Lin Ling's strength was beyond their imagination. Those two are merely early-stage deity realm universe giant gods, yet they can easily defeat middle-stage deity realm universe giant gods. As for that white-haired man, he doesn't seem that powerful, but in fact he is the most terrifying one. After all, he is only an early-stage Saint Universe giant god. Has anyone figured out where this group of people came from? The elder from the Myriad Sea tribe asked in a low voice, but most people shook their heads. There was a short period of silence in front of the auction. Countless eyes were fixed on the three great beings in the sky. Everyone was shocked by their strength, but they also knew that they were just showing off their skills. If they really fought, these people wouldn't be a match for the two godly clans. 9 universe stars, underworld reincarnation, young Master Ming. Suddenly an old voice came from Yin Chuangyu. There was a mark of a moon on his forehead, emitting a soft light. God Ancestor is here. Seeing this mark, the people from the Silver Moon clan were all shocked and knelt down on one knee. God Ancestor Silver Moon? Young Master Ming looked down at Yin Chuangyu, his face full of arrogance. So it's one of the 9 universe stars. Everyone was enlightened. No wonder these people were so powerful. It turned out that their leader was young Master Ming. Many people had heard of this person. It was said that he was one of the most dazzling comets in the second half of the Dao Pagoda. These people are... The old voice sounded once more, and it was directed at Qing Zhu, Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling sneered. When the Silver Moon clan was exterminated in the Ocean Saint City, he also heard the voice of the Silver Moon clan. Unfortunately, it was just a voice, so he didn't know who they were. Why do you want to know so much? Young Master Ming didn't intend to expose Lin Ling and the others. Haha, young Master Ming, do you think that we won't know if you don't tell us? The voice of the Silver Moon clan was full of confidence. The old man from the Myriad Sea tribe sneered. He knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was going to send people to attack them. I think that even if you attack us, you won't be able to figure out who we are. But at this time, Green Bamboo also said with a smile. Little girl, you are too confident. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Okay, how do you want to bet? It's very simple. If you can't figure out who we are today, you will avoid us for 3 days when you see us again. What do you think? If you can figure out who we are today, we will be captured. Little girl, you are very confident. I don't believe that you can't figure out who we are. I promise you. After talking for a while, God Ancestor Silver Moon agreed. Green Bamboo laughed happily and said, "That's what you said." Everyone here heard it. I think that God Ancestor Silver Moon won't go back on his words. Of course, if you want to break your promise, I can't do anything about it. But the Silver Moon clan will be despised by others. Well, since we are going to make a bet, I want to know why you didn't come in when you knew that we were at the auction. Instead, you waited for me outside the auction. Hearing this, God Ancestor Silver Moon fell silent. After all, he had just arrived and didn't know what was going on. The old man from the Myriad Sea tribe sneered and said, "We don't want to disturb the order of the auction. So you are afraid of the auction." Green Bamboo smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, if you want to know who we are, you have to catch us. But if we don't leave the auction, I guess you can't do anything about it." Ah, little girl, you are so naive. There are people from all the god clans in the auction. Do you think they will help you? Hearing this, the old man from the Myriad Sea tribe laughed even louder and his voice was full of sarcasm. "I'm sorry. Under the orders of the manager, if the guests don't leave the auction, no one is allowed to catch them." A voice suddenly came and the old man from the Myriad Sea tribe narrowed his eyes. What did that mean? Did it mean that as long as these people didn't leave the auction, they were not allowed to catch them? Did the auction want to protect them? What does the Purple Wind Cave auction mean? Where is Mr. Mu, your manager? Does he mean the same thing? The face of the old man from the Myriad Sea clan instantly turned ugly. Yin Chuangyu's eyes narrowed. The two god clans had come and even the Silver Moon clan had come. How could the auction not give them face? Chapter 5192. In the auction house, an old man looked at the crowd and said calmly. He was Lord Bai. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the auction house was going to offend the two deity clans for these people. Of course, what the manager means is that if they are in the auction house, we will be responsible for them. But if they leave the auction house, we will ignore them. Lord Bai said again. Although he said that, in reality he was still protecting this group of people. Purple Wind Auction House, what if I ask for these people? Mysterious moonlight spread out from Yin Chuangyu's body, and the head of an old man with silver hair and long hair appeared. God Ancestor Silver Moon was one of the most ancient deities of all eras. He was a dominator who had survived several calamities of the universe. All the deities in the primordial age knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was not very powerful. He had even been beaten to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, he had survived several calamities. From the weakest to the strongest, no one dared to look down on him. He was like a cockroach among the dominators. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu. We can't do anything about it. Lord Bai was obviously afraid of God Ancestor Silver Moon. But when he thought of the Lord behind the scenes, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let Mr. Mu talk to me." The silver moonlight formed a powerful aura and suppressed Lord Bai. God Ancestor, why do you bully these newcomers? At this time a smile was heard. Although they did not see Mr. Mu, everyone knew that Mr. Mu had appeared. Mr. Mu, what do you mean? God Ancestor Silver Moon said coldly. If he was here he would not have spoken so politely. He could have just taken the newcomers away. But now he could not do that. The auction house was not Mr. Mu's. There were several powerful deity clans behind him. They had reached an agreement that no leader of the deity clans could interfere with the auction. Mr. Mu would take care of everything. Only in this way could there be justice. Therefore, even though the God Ancestor Silver Moon had shares in the auction house, he did not dare to do anything for fear of breaking the rules. I'm sorry. Mr. Mu's voice was heard. Then there was silence. However, people guessed that it must be something serious. That was why Mr. Mu had secretly transmitted his voice. No way. The patriarchs of the 12 deity clans are here and the auction house still won't compromise. This group of people probably have a big background. Just wait and see. We'll know the final result. People were also discussing spiritedly. Only now did they realize that this group of people seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. However, what was disappointing was that they only knew the name of one of them. They didn't know the name of the others. Fine, I'll give face to your Purple Wind auction. However, you must remember, if they leave and your Purple Wind Cave dares to interfere, then don't blame us for being impolite. At this time, the voice of God Ancestor Silver Moon floated out. It seemed that he had compromised. Godly Ancestor. The people of the Myriad Sea race and the Silver Moon race glared at him. They had come in such a grandiose manner, but in the end they were not allowed to capture anyone? We'll capture them after they leave the Purple Wind Cave. God Ancestor Silver Moon did not explain and disappeared gradually. Yin Chuangyu, on the other hand, glared at young Master Ming and the others. He was so angry that his face was distorted. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't be too complacent. If you have the ability, don't leave the Violet Wind Cave for the rest of your lives. Catch us if you can." Young Master Ming smiled indifferently. "You've got guts. But let me tell you, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." The old man from the Myriad Sea clan was also looking at Lin Ling. His beard was straight from anger. Lin Ling said calmly, "We'll talk about it after you catch me. If you can't catch me, then don't talk nonsense." Then he turned around and led his people into the auction house. They would not leave. "I'm so angry." Seeing Lin Ling and his people leave as if they were going shopping, the people of the Myriad Sea race and the Silver Moon race stamped their feet angrily again. With so many experts gathered here, it would be easy for them to catch Lin Ling and his people. However, they failed to do so. Mr. Mu must have some scruples, so he reached an agreement with the Godly Ancestor. Otherwise, the Godly Ancestor would not let them go. After being angry, Yin Chuangyu murmured to himself and then left with his people. Although they were not reconciled, they did not dare to disobey the order of the Godly Ancestor. As for the Myriad Sea race, they did not have anyone who could speak for them. That elder was not even as powerful as the Godly Ancestor. Naturally, he did not dare to object. The two groups left one after another, leaving the people in endless reverie. "Lin Ling, what's going on?" When Lin Ling and his people returned to the auction house, Lei Gong and Long Yang were shocked. Only Lin Ling and Qing Zhu looked at each other. In fact, they had already guessed it. After all, if the Silver Moon race really wanted to catch them, why would they wait outside the auction house? This meant that they were also afraid of the auction house. Moreover, when Lin Ling and his people killed at the auction house, the owner of the auction house did not show up and let them do as they pleased. This also meant that something was wrong. Of course, Lin Ling did not expect that the owner of the auction house would protect them in front of God Ancestor Silver Moon. If God Ancestor Silver Moon knew that I was Lin Ling, he would have gone all out to kill me. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. This was also the reason why he did not reveal his identity. "I'm sure." Lei Gong and his people nodded. The branch of the Silver Moon race had been exterminated, so they had become the most wanted criminals of the Silver Moon race. However, the information on each floor of the Tao Pagoda was not so widely circulated, so no one knew them. "Hello." At this time, a light appeared in front of them, and then a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out. "I'm Mr. Mu, the owner of the auction house." The middle-aged man looked at them with a smile and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Mu." Except for Lin Ling and Qing Zhu, the others were surprised, but they still saluted him one after another. "You have seen what happened before, so I won't explain much. The reason why I helped you was mainly because of you too." Mr. Mu spoke quickly and looked at Lin Ling and Qing Zhu. "If we can see Master, we will say a few words for you." Qing Zhu was smooth and slick. She naturally knew that Mr. Mu helped them not because of friendship, but because of their master. "Thank you." Mr. Mu bowed slightly to Qing Zhu and said, "You can stay here at ease. You can leave whenever you want. But I have to remind you that once you leave, it will be difficult for you to come back. However, if you stay here for a long time, they will inevitably find a way to trick you out. Our auction house can't help you with this. You can only rely on yourselves." "Understood." Lin Ling and the others nodded. Mr. Mu once again entered the light and disappeared. "So it's because of you, Lin Ling. What's going on?" Lei Gong and the others were still confused. "The last time I went to the Chaos Realm, I was accepted as a disciple by Patriarch Subhuti. Patriarch Subhuti is one of the 8 gods of the Chaos Realm, so Mr. Mu also gave face to Patriarch Subhuti." Lin Ling explained. Lei Gong and the others gasped. They did not expect Lin Ling's background to be so strong. "Now what do we do? Stay here until we're old?" "I won't do it. I'm going to the 18 Dragon Mountains to continue looking for dragon stones." Chapter 5193. We have a lot of dragon stones now, let's break through first. After our strength increases, we'll find a chance to leave this place. As long as we rush into the 18 Dragon Mountains with the geographical environment there, it'll be very difficult to find us," Lin Ling suggested. Everyone immediately agreed. They had long wanted to find a safe place to cultivate. After all, the dragon stones were a burden to them. Soon after, Lin Ling found Lord Bai and asked him where he could find a safe place to cultivate. Lord Bai brought Lin Ling and the others to the auction house. There was a huge ancient lake there and there were few people. All kinds of beautiful white birds were flying around. It was quite a peaceful place. "This place belongs to the auction house. You can cultivate here. As long as you don't leave, I guarantee your safety." "Thank you, Lord Bai." After Lord Bai left, everyone began to look for their own cultivation places. There were many caves at the side of this beautiful ancient lake. The caves were clean and tidy, very suitable for cultivation. It seemed to be the cultivation place of the predecessors. Moreover, there was a colorful mist floating out of the ancient lake. It was a dense spiritual energy, very suitable for cultivation. Lin Ling informed Qingzhu and the others and chose a clean cave abode. When they entered, they saw that there was not a speck of dust in the cave abode. There was a table, a chair, and a bed very much like the place cultivators used for seclusion. And the wind in the ancient lake could blow into the cave. It was extremely comfortable. Lin Ling casually set up some barriers at the entrance of the cave, and then began to cultivate. He had a lot of dragon stones now, so he should be able to break through this time. A dragon stone appeared in his hand. He looked up and down and saw that the dragon stone was like a gem. There were clouds of smoke swimming inside. It was very magical. Moreover, when he looked carefully, it was as if he could see a dragon swimming inside. Moreover, if he poured his divine energy into it, he would find that the dragon stone was fixed, just like a dragon's eye. The dragon stone is the product of the 18 dragon mountains, and the dragon mountains are formed by the 18 ancestral dragons. Their dragon chi is really huge, condensing into stones. Lin Ling used the primal chaos divine formula and began to refine the dragon stone. Surprisingly, the refining speed was faster than Lin Ling had imagined. These dragon stones were very suitable for cultivation. Moreover, after entering his body, he felt as if a dragon was swimming in his body. It was very comfortable. Refined? Following that, Lin Ling detected that the dragon stone turned into divine essence, being absorbed by the first Dantian. This speed was so fast that it once again exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. No wonder so many people were fighting over the dragon stones. The first Dantian has become stronger. Continue. Lin Ling took out a large number of dragon stones and continued to refine them. The first Dantian was constantly expanding, as if the universe was constantly expanding. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally felt the pressure bearing down on him after consuming 1/3 of the dragon stones. It was the divine tribulation. Breaking through the first Dantian was indeed more troublesome than breaking through the other Dantians. However, if the first Dantian was not broken through, it would be difficult to break through the other Dantians. Scram. Lin Ling waved his arm. Facing the divine tribulation, it was as if he was driving away flies. The main reason was that his cultivation level wasn't high, but his strength was very strong. Rumble. In the sky, the formless divine tribulation was destroyed by Lin Ling. After all, this was not the divine tribulation of a major realm, so its power was not very strong. After the divine tribulation disappeared, Lin Ling's first Dantian successfully entered the middle stage of the saint realm of the universe giant god realm. His deity energy, soul energy, and fleshly body energy were all improving, with the deity energy increasing the most. Lin Ling was delighted. This Tao Pagoda was indeed the best place for gods to improve their strength. He took out the dragon stones again and, in a spurt of energy, pushed the other Dantians into a new realm. After the first Dantian successfully broke through, the other Dantians were obviously much simpler. Under the crazy smashing of the dragon stones, they all broke through. In the sky where Lin Ling was, the formless pressure was still dissipating. It was the power of the divine tribulation. Someone is breaking through in that direction. Judging by the momentum of the divine tribulation, it seems like a deity realm giant god is breaking through. Breaking through is a joyous occasion. I really envy that god. The gods of the Purple Wind Cave were all envious. After all, it was not easy to break through at their level of strength. Treasures, foundations, and opportunities were indispensable. Some gods remained stagnant for 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years. Even if they had treasures, their foundations and comprehension of the universe were not enough, and they still could not break through. Lin Ling has broken through. Beside the ancient lake, Xiaoluan and Longyang were looking in Lin Ling's direction. They were happy for Lin Ling. The stronger Lin Ling is, the further he can lead us. Longyang was somewhat excited. Thinking of the man she worshipped, a happy smile appeared on her face. Sister Longyang, if it weren't for Lord Linling, we would have died long ago. Even if we didn't die, we would be ordinary members of the masses. It was Linling who led us to the end of the universe. Sometimes I feel very lucky to have met Lord Linling, Xiaoluan said while looking at the calm lake. Longyang nodded. Thinking of how she and Linling had changed from enemies to close friends, she also felt very lucky. Of course, more than that, it was a kind of happiness. She did not ask for any promises from Linling. As long as she could follow Linling, she would be satisfied. At this moment, Linling was still sprinting with all his might. His dantians were smoothly breaking through. His godly power was also rising like a boat rising with the tide. After an unknown amount of time, the sun, moon, and stars appeared around him. It was as though he was floating in the universe. However, these mysterious signs disappeared very quickly, and everything returned to normal. Middle stage universe giant god saint. Linling opened his eyes. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if they had been there since ancient times. My godly power has doubled. It's now in the 8 trillion range. My fleshly body has also doubled. It's now in the 4 trillion range. My soul power has increased the least. There's only a small fluctuation. Linling sensed that his overall strength had increased by a full 40%. Now, he was confident that he was 100% invincible among saints. An early-stage universe giant god could probably defeat 80% of the gods. It was still more difficult for him to defeat the stronger ones, but he still had a 50% chance. Jade-clothed flesh fruit. After that, a fruit that looked like a flesh tumor appeared in Linling's hand. This was the food of the giant god clan and the Panga clan. It was extremely rare in this universe, and he had obtained it from an auction. How do I refine this? Linling looked it up and down. Then he ate it like a fruit. He took a bite. The taste was not very good. There was a fishy smell like the smell of gasoline. However, after this smell spread throughout his body, Linling instantly felt an indescribable feeling. It was as though he liked this smell very much. This was his body's liking. After all, he had the body of a pango. When he encountered the food of the past, he naturally felt that it was indispensable. I didn't expect that my body would like such a disgusting thing. Linling was speechless. However, he felt that the more he smelled it, the more fragrant it was. Then he ate it in big mouthfuls. He finished the palm-sized fruit in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he discovered that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. His strength was increasing crazily. Linling felt as though he was creating a new world and tearing apart any universe. Chapter 5194. His physical strength had reached 10 trillion. His power of God had reached 8 trillion. If he fused his innate talents with Panga's attack, his power would reach 3.6 billion. It could be said that no one in the saint level had such terrifying power. Moreover, Linling's Panga's finger and Panga's attack could increase his power and invincibility. Linling's invincibility was actually limited. If the opponent's power of God was too strong, the invincibility would only last for a short period of time. If the opponent exceeded Linling's power by 3 times or even 10 times, the invincibility would lose its effect. Now that his physical strength had increased, this resistance would undoubtedly increase again. Dragon stones are indeed powerful. Linling was shocked. These dragon stones were almost comparable to chaos stones. Now he had used up all his dragon stones and only 9 dragon stones were left. This stone gathered the essence of 9 dragon stones, and Linling planned to use it to break through at the last moment. I don't know how long I've been in seclusion this time. Linling left the cave and saw an ancient lake. A gentle breeze blew past, ruffling the lake water. It was a beautiful scenery. Linling felt incomparably comfortable as he enjoyed the breeze. Looking around, Linling saw Longyang, Lei Gong, and the others beside the ancient lake. It seems that young Master Ming, Green Bamboo, and Saint Yi are still in seclusion. Linling took a step and disappeared, appearing beside Lei Gong and the others. Who is it? Linling? Lei Gong and Longyang were stunned at first, then they smiled happily. You've all broken through to the peak of the saint-level universe god realm. Linling looked at them and saw that their power had increased. He was instantly happy for them. And Linling had a feeling that they were actually just one step away from the deity level. They were just waiting for the arrival of the deity level. However, this was normal. Lei Gong and Longyang couldn't compare to Linling. Linling had 8 dantians and needed more resources to break through. Moreover, Lin Ling had used up all his dragon stones this time, but Lei Gong and the others didn't. They must have left a lot behind. You've also broken through. Longyang looked Lin Ling up and down and smiled. If I can't break through with so many dragon stones, I'll have to go back to my grandma's house. Lin Ling shook his head. Only the two of you broke through? There's also Xiaoluan, but he's left and hasn't been back for 2 days. Lei Gong and Dragon Lady looked at each other. Dragon Lady suddenly said with an apologetic look in her eyes. Didn't I tell you not to leave this place? Lin Ling was stunned and frowned. Mr. Mu had already reminded them that he would only protect them during the auction. Now that Xiaoluan had disappeared, who knew if she had left this area? How could Lin Ling not be worried? It's like this. At that time, Mr. Mu won't be able to come out. No one can save us. Lei Gong frowned. There's no other way. Even if we know it's dangerous, we still have to do it. We can't leave Xiaoluan alone. Moreover, their target is me and young Master Ming. So as long as they don't catch us, Xiaoluan is still safe for the time being. Lin Ling said. Then he and Lei Gong concealed themselves and quietly followed Longyang. They didn't dare to get too close. Lin Ling only left a strand of soul strength on Longyang for investigation purposes. Longyang moved forward along the ancient lake. After a while, she finally arrived at the place where the flowers were. Then she realized that this place was very big and extended all the way. It was full of lavender. Longyang was very smart. She smiled and continued to move forward. Xiaoluan. At the same time, she kept shouting. She intended to remind the people who were supervising this place. What a beautiful flower. Of course, she didn't show any signs of worry. She gave people the impression that she was just looking for something casually. After moving forward like this for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, she was already deep in the flowers. She was getting further and further away from the ancient lake. At the same time, several scorpions were crawling on the edge of the flowers. They looked ordinary, but they were quietly staring at Longyang. Another woman came out. Unfortunately, young Master Ming and the others didn't come out. Last time they caught a woman. Now there's another one. Is it to tempt her to leave? Chapter 5195. Suddenly, a 5-colored brilliance appeared in front of them and blended into the flowers. It was so beautiful that one would be lost in it. Longyang swept her gaze and was immediately lost in it. However, she was still clear-headed and knew that there was something fishy about these flowers. However, even though she kept reminding herself, after staring at the brilliance for a long time, she still gradually lost herself. Because in the brilliance she saw herself when she was young. It was as if she had returned to her childhood. She even saw her parents. She walked towards the direction of the brilliance with a blissful smile on her face. What a powerful illusory realm. This is the power of the universe, and it has reached the level of the 5 realms universe. At this moment, Lin Ling and Lei Gong were far away from Longyang. However, the soul force that Lin Ling left on Longyang detected them. He was secretly shocked. No wonder Xiaoluan and Longyang would fall for it. After all, if it was a frontal attack relying on the willpower of the 2 women's worlds, ordinary early-stage deities would definitely not be their match. Because after experiencing Longshire's upgrade, they were no longer the same as before. But if it was a frontal attack, they would not be able to resist. Ultimately, it was because their realms were too low and their foundations were too weak. It was just that the willpower of the world was strong. But it was different for Lin Ling. Not only was his willpower strong, his foundations were also very frightening. Naturally, he would not fall for it. So powerful. Even if I stared at that brilliance, I almost fell for it. Lei Gong exclaimed. Lin Ling, what should we do now? Follow carefully. Lin Ling said in a low voice. His soul force was still locked onto Longyang. He was deeply afraid that Longyang would get lost. After all, once she got lost, they would not be able to find her again. Longyang was still moving forward, and a mountain range quietly appeared in front of her. The mountain was not high, but there was a huge brilliance at the foot of the mountain. It was very beautiful, making the foot of the mountain look like a fairyland. Longyang entered the brilliance with a blissful smile. She went in. Lei Gong immediately panicked and wanted to pull Lin Ling to catch up. Lin Ling originally thought the same, but his expression suddenly changed and he quickly stopped Lei Gong. Sure enough, after Longyang entered, a few little scorpions crawled on the ground towards the 5-colored light. They emitted a weak sound and everything seemed very normal. However, Lin Ling faintly sensed a wisp of divine energy from them. These scorpions were not divine beasts or the like but the god race. Lei Gong look. Lin Ling hurriedly pointed at the scorpions and Lei Gong did not react at first, but he gradually realized that something was wrong, because the scorpions seemed to be talking. It's probably the sea scorpion, the myriad oceanic race. Lei Gong's expression changed drastically. If it wasn't for Lin Ling stopping him, they would have been discovered. At that time, it would be even more difficult to save Xiao Luan and the others. As the scorpions gradually entered the light also gradually disappeared. Quick! At this moment Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He disappeared from where he was with the thunder god and rushed into the light. This light seemed to be a teleportation array. When Lin Ling and the others appeared, they found themselves on a street. Although this street was a little simple, it was very lively. Gods from various eras were constantly walking and buying the treasures around them. Purple Wind Cave. Lin Ling and Lei Gong looked at each other and knew where they were. After all, not long ago they were buying things on this street. Then they looked around and found a few people walking in front of them. These people's skin was slightly dark, and they were wearing brown robes. However, Lin Ling was sure that these people were the scorpions from before, and they were now in human form. They walked into a restaurant and Lin Ling and the others quickly followed. This restaurant was very big and there were many manners inside. "Customers, are you eating or staying?" someone asked. "Staying." Lin Ling and Lei Gong had already put on their cloaks and covered their faces. Although it might not be able to stop the myriad sea races investigation, as long as they were not at close range, they might not be able to see their origins. "If you're staying, please follow me," that person said with a smile and was very polite. "You have independent manners here, right? We want to stay in a manor." Yes. Manors cost 1 dragon stone per day. What do you think? We'll stay. 1 dragon stone per day was indeed expensive. Of course, if it was just housing, it obviously wouldn't be so expensive. Generally speaking, those who could stay in manors mostly had powerful backgrounds, and there were many people staying there, unlike Lin Ling and the others who only had 2 people. Then, under the guidance of that person, Lin Ling walked out of the inn and came to the other side. They felt as if they had entered another universe. The area here was very large and there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were manors under the mountains. It was truly a magnificent place. This was a paradise and it was comparable to the ancient lake. Moreover, there were lights flickering in the sky above those manors, which seemed to be some kind of protective cover. "Customers, if you want to stay, please pay 100 dragon stones. As for which manor you want to stay in, you can choose it yourselves," the person who led Lin Ling and the others and said with a smile. Lei Gong immediately gave 100 dragon stones and casually picked a manor. "Thank you." That person was shocked. He saw that these 2 people were wearing ordinary clothes and guessed that they were not important people. However, he didn't expect that these 2 people would hand over 100 dragon stones without batting an eyelid. He hurriedly formed a barrier and gave it to Lin Ling and the others. With this barrier, Lin Ling and the others could enter the manor. Of course, they could only stay in one manor. "If there's anything else, I'll look for you." Lin Ling left these words and led Lei Gong forward. In the end, they chose a manor. The main reason was that this manor gave Lin Ling the feeling that it was the closest to Longyang. This meant that Longyang was close to this manor. After Lin Ling and the others entered the manor, they immediately started talking. "Xiaoluan and Longyang must be in one of these manors. I just don't know which manor," Lei Gong said. "It's not difficult to find the manor, but there must be a large number of powerful gods in the manor. If we want to save them, we'll probably have to end the battle quickly." "Lin Ling, you're right. Catching them off guard might be our only advantage." Both of them came to a decision and didn't make a move. They were still paying attention to their surroundings. They saw that there were usually very few people walking around the manor under the Green Mountain. There were only a few scattered people, but they were all very powerful. Moreover, they quickly entered the manor. On the way, Lin Ling also saw the gods of the Million Sea Tribe. They had all entered the same manor. That manor was obviously where Longyang and Xiaoluan were imprisoned. "Let's do it. The longer we delay, the more trouble there will be," Lin Ling said decisively. "How about this? I'll be in charge of attracting their attention while you secretly rescue them. Once we succeed, we'll retreat immediately," Lei Gong suggested. Chapter 5196. At this moment, in a manor, a large number of gods were gathered. They looked at 2 women and sneered. "Haha, we caught another one. This time, unless young Master Ming is heartless and doesn't care about you anymore, they'll have to listen to our orders and leave the auction. Haha. A burst of excited laughter drifted out. There were only 50 to 60 gods gathered in the manor, and most of them were giant universe gods. Fortunately, the strongest elder of the Myriad Sea clan wasn't here. Sister Longyang. In the manor, Xiaoluan was wrapped in light, and he was looking at Longyang in surprise. Longyang also entered the light and found that her godly power was suppressed. She was like an ordinary person, and the only thing she could use was the world's willpower. Xiaoluan, you didn't use the world's willpower? Longyang exclaimed. If the world's willpower could be used, it meant that the other party hadn't discovered that Xiaoluan was the host of the world's willpower. I saw that even if I rushed out of the seal, I wouldn't be able to defeat these gods, so I didn't use the world's willpower. I was waiting for the right time. Xiaoluan whispered. Longyang was delighted. Xiaoluan had finally grown up and knew how to hide his true power. Sister Longyang, I've harmed you. Xiaoluan thought of Longyang being captured and thought that Longyang came to find her and was captured. They must have wanted to use us as bait to lure Lord Linling and the others out. I've caused them to die. It's all my fault. Why did I wander around? She blamed herself so much that tears flowed out. Xiaoluan, don't worry. I wasn't captured by them. I came here specifically to find you. Besides, Linling already knows that you're missing. He's nearby. Longyang secretly looked around and saw that the Myriad Sea clan members were all pleased with themselves. She ignored them. She and Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan was stunned. Linling is preparing to save us. Listen to my orders later. Longyang said again, this light is probably the power of the universe. It can seal our divine power, but it can't seal the power of the world's will. Later we'll release the power of the world's will with all our strength. Lord Linling. When Xiaoluan thought of the white-haired man, he became even more excited. Whenever she was in trouble, it was always that stalwart man who helped her. Sir, how should we deal with these two women? In the manor, a god said loudly. Let's wait for Elder Wan to return before making a decision. He has already gone to inform the Silver Moon race. Let's work together. However, I reckon that they are using these two women to lure young Master Ming and his group out. Unless they are heartless enough, they will definitely fall into the trap. But what if they don't come out? Someone asked. Then let's kill him in front of them. However, I believe that they will definitely come out. After all, these two women are quite good-looking and powerful. They are probably their wives or something. My lord is right. Everyone was in high spirits as though they had just gotten their revenge. They hated Linling and his group to the bone. After all, they had sent out two godly races, but they still couldn't catch them. Now the entire 6th floor was in an uproar. Countless people were waiting to see a good show, especially the other godly races who were laughing at them. If they killed that group of people, they would be able to raise the prestige of their races and let others know that their two races were not to be trifled with. No one has ever escaped from the hands of the Myriad Sea race. The god who seemed to have a high status said proudly. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly arrived. This force wasn't divine power. Instead, it was mixed with a domineering aura of destruction. With a loud explosion, the deity of the Myriad Sea race exploded. He was completely destroyed. This feeling was as though a deity tribulation had suddenly arrived and destroyed all living things. The entire manor fell silent. Countless people widened their eyes. The one who died was Wanju. He had the strength of an early-stage universe giant god, but he was stronger than the average deity. His divine power was more than 1 trillion units. However, he was killed in a single blow. What kind of force was that? It was too strong. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out. It was an old man. His whole body was emitting lightning. He was incomparably domineering like a thunder god. It's you? The gods present recognized that old man. They knew that he was one of the people in that group. But no one expected that this old man's strength was so abnormal. Lei Gong. Inside the light screen, Xiaoluan and Longyang were delighted. Old man, you dare to come here alone? You're courting death. After a short moment of silence, the people of the Myriad Sea race were filled with killing intent. Long. But at this moment, a wave of energy came from behind them. Xiaoluan and Longyang burst out with the power of their world wills and broke the light screen. Obviously they had burst out with the power of their world wills. Longyang's world wills were eternal life. And Xiaoluan's was creation. These two were not purely offensive forces. But they had a mysterious force that expanded the light screen and broke it. What? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Longyang and Xiaoluan. Impossible. This is the Five Realms universe, someone said nervously. Only now did he realize that the strength of these two delicate women was actually so powerful. Oh. At this moment, another explosive sound rang out. The god of thunder pounced over, holding a light that looked like a sea urchin in his hand. This light released a destructive aura, and wherever it passed, it destroyed the power of gods and killed another god. What kind of power is this? If the first time was an accident, then the second time was definitely not. This was a true killing of a god. Everyone was shocked. They could not understand what kind of power Lei Gong was controlling. Could it be some powerful godly body? Stop talking nonsense. Capture them. The manor was in chaos. More than 10 gods rushed toward Lei Gong, and the rest rushed toward Longyang and Xiaoluan. Seeing this, Thunderlord's face turned anxious. Although he was incomparably domineering, only he knew that the strength of his worlds wouldn't last for long. Xiaoluan. Longyang also shouted. The sword of eternal life appeared in her hand. She combined with Xiaoluan and killed a bloody path. Their willpower of the world was very strange. Any divine power that landed on their bodies would immediately dissipate. Longyang seemed to have endless vitality and was immortal. And Xiaoluan's world wills created countless universal laws and blocked the attacks of the divine power. Oh my god, these two ladies are more abnormal than I imagined. The people of the Myriad Sea race were dumbfounded. So many people joined forces and the divine power had reached hundreds of trillions, but they could not hurt the two ladies. On the other hand, Lei Gong was in danger. Although his destruction was powerful, his defense was not strong. Facing so many people, it was difficult for him to defend. Chapter 5197. Bang bang bang. However, at this moment, a fist suddenly arrived. It was as if a giant's fist had landed on the shark's body. Boom. After a few fierce punches, the shark's body exploded, and it was beaten to death. Most importantly, this power was not the power of the world's will. It was more like the combination of God's power and physical strength. 1. A figure suddenly appeared. Was Lin Ling. Universe 3 Extremes Break. Lin Ling did not delay. He activated his soul power and enveloped the entire manor. His Universe 3 Extremes Break was now extraordinary. Although it could cover a large area and could not kill any god, it still affected them. 10,000 the Sea Tribe gods' minds went blank as if they had been hit by a giant hammer. They also had a splitting headache. Penga strike. Lin Ling shouted. Ling Ho went all out and more than 30 trillion units of power erupted. Boom. He also used Penga's finger. Rumble. This finger forced the gods to retreat continuously and hit the manor's walls. If not for the powerful protective screen on the walls, the entire manor would have been destroyed. Boom. Moreover, the 3 people at the very front were directly killed. Let's go. Lin Ling took the opportunity to quickly rush out of the manor with a beautiful woman in each hand. Behind him, the Thunder Lord also hurriedly followed and took the opportunity to recover his strength. Boom. The manor was in chaos. The Sea Tribe gods were dazed for a long time before they came to their senses. Boom. They stared at the dead gods on the ground, all of them furious. It's them. They came looking for us. So, they already knew about this. If we let them escape from us again, how can we face others? Chase. They rushed out of the manor and chased after them. Boom. Lin Ling and the rest rushed out of the restaurant. No one dared to stop them. Generally speaking, if a restaurant could be opened in the Purple Wind Cave, there would definitely be strong people overseeing it to prevent people from escaping. However, the people in the restaurant also saw that it was Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling and the rest had paid 100 dragon stones. If they left without saying goodbye, the restaurant would have profited. This way. After rushing out of the restaurant, Lin Ling led everyone in the direction of the auction. While as soon as they left, a large number of gods from the Myriad Sea Tribe rushed out of the restaurant. However, they were stopped because they didn't pay 100 dragon stones like Lin Ling did. Instead, they were paid for each day they stayed. At least they hadn't paid today. I'll give it to you. Don't ruin our plans. One of the gods furiously threw out the dragon stone. In that short moment, it was enough for Lin Ling and the rest to escape far away. Look, it's Elder Wan. At this moment, one of the gods noticed a group of people walking towards them from the main street. What happened? Elder Wan was walking over with Yin Chuangyu and the others. When they saw this scene, they all frowned. They escaped, the 2 women escaped, and 2 people came and saved them. What are you guys doing? You have so many people, Yet you can't even stop two people? Their sudden attack coupled with their strength caught us off guard. Alright, one of them is the white-haired man who killed Qin Quan. Chase after them. Elder Wan was furious. They had finally found an opportunity. If they let them run back to the auction, their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, after this incident, that group of people would definitely be on high alert, and it would be even harder to catch them. Escape? You still want to escape? Yin Chuangyu's eyes narrowed, and moonlight appeared in his hand. He shouted at Moonlight, "Those near the auction, stop them. They're about to enter the auction." There were many strong people from the Silver Moon race outside the auction. Following that, then they also rushed in the direction of the auction. At this moment Lin Ling and the rest were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye the auction appeared in front of them. Although it was close, they all knew that once they entered, it would be another world. Stop them if they want to escape. At this moment, a large number of gods suddenly appeared a few hundred meters away from the auction. Boom. Rumble. These gods were not like the myriad sea tribe. They were already prepared. They activated the universe and formed a huge light screen, blocking the way forward. One was attacked suddenly and the other was fully prepared. These people were naturally more difficult to deal with than the myriad sea tribe. Oh no! Lin Ling and the rest's faces darkened. Then, without wasting any time, they unleashed all their strength and tried to open a path to rush into the auction. Naturally, the other party tried their best to stop them. They all knew that they only needed to stop them for a moment, and the main forces of the two Protoss races would arrive. Boom. Rumble. Of course, in the process of stopping them, they also suffered many casualties. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? They were shocked and angry. While inside the auction, Lord Bai also noticed the battle outside. He quickly informed Mr. Mu. "Didn't I tell them not to go out?" Mr. Mu frowned when he heard the news. "I don't know when they went out. Should we help them now?" Lord Bai asked. Mr. Mu shook his head. "I've helped them. If I do anything else, I'll completely offend the two Protoss races. How about this? You go and inform young Master Ming and the rest that they're in trouble. We've done our best." Yes. Lord Bai hurriedly left. At this moment outside the auction house, countless people had died in a short period of time. However, Lei Gong and Long Yang were getting weaker and weaker. They were only strong because of their world wills, but this power could be exhausted. The only one who could persist was Lin Ling. Other than not using his world wills, he could be considered to have gone all out. In addition, he had broken through his realm, so his strength was simply incomparable. However, there was a time limit to his trump card, especially Panga's attack, which was weakening continuously. This guy is only a middle-stage Saint Universe Giant God, but his strength has surpassed more than half of the early-stage Deity Universe Giant gods. The gods of the Moon Clan became more and more terrifying as they fought. This was the first time they had seen such a fierce saint. At this moment, the main forces at the rear finally arrived. Seeing this scene, they all sucked in a cold breath. So many people had tried to stop Lin Ling and the rest, but more than half of them had died. If they had come a little later, they would have been completely wiped out. This guy is so strong? Yin Chuangyu felt incredulous. Previously, Lin Ling was extremely inconspicuous. The strong ones were young Master Ming and that woman. "You won't be able to escape," Elder One said with bloodshot eyes. In an instant, the situation became troublesome. The two godly races had completely surrounded Lin Ling and the rest, and they were only a few hundred meters away from the auction house. But these few hundred meters were blocked by countless universes and gods. It would be difficult to charge in. "What should we do, Lin Ling?" Elder looked at Lin Ling anxiously. Lin Ling didn't say anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Elder Wan and Yin Chuanyu. "You are very strong. We have all underestimated you. If you are so capable, tell us your name." Yin Chuanyu said calmly. What made him feel ironic was that he had fought with this group of people twice, but he only knew the name of one of them. The others were still a mystery. Moreover, this group of people was so strong that it was obvious that they were not newcomers. "He is one of the hosts of the world wills, Lin Ling." Chapter 5198. Lin Ling? World will host? There was chaos in front of the auction. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, searching for him. In the end, they all fell on Lin Ling. After all, among the four people present, the one who looked the most like Lin Ling was the white-haired man. Who is Lin Ling? Of course, there were also people who didn't know Lin Ling. Seeing the serious faces of others, They were very curious. Lin Ling, a famous figure in the first few floors of the Dao Tower. Every time he goes to a floor he becomes an overlord. I also heard rumors that this Lin Ling is very famous. Someone said. Tisk, with our strength, if we go to the first half of the Dao Tower, we will also be overlords. You don't know this, right? He destroyed the Silver Moon clan on the 3rd floor. The entire clan was destroyed and not a single one was left. I heard that on the 5th floor he destroyed several branches of the God clan and dominated the 5th floor. Among them was the Myriad Sea clan. Moreover, he's ranked 4th among the world's will hosts. The sounds of discussion could be heard, followed by even more gasps of astonishment. It was not strange to be in the first half of the Dao Tower. What was terrifying was that he killed the people of the God clan. This was tantamount to provocation. Such as in today's Dao Tower, who would dare to do so? As for the other 3, they are also the world will hosts. At this time the first ethereal voice sounded again, and this also made everyone stare at Lei Gong and the others, completely understanding. Difficult, no wonder these people were so strong. It turned out that they really had a big background. 4 world will hosts. Many people thought of a key point. This was a rare convergence of the world will hosts. And the world will hosts were in fact the key in everyone's heart. Dante, it seemed that very few people cared about the world will hosts, but in the past the world will hosts had been destroyed. Now everyone's mind was on the top of the Dao Tower. They believed that as long as they reached the top of the Dao Tower, they would have the power to fight against the world will. Therefore people gradually forgot about the world will. But it was only temporary. Lin Ling, someone exposed us. At this moment, Longyang's face was solemn. Lin Ling nodded. He was most afraid of his identity being exposed. After all, there were too many powerhouses on the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda. The Purple Wind Cave was only the tip of the iceberg. If their identities were exposed, it would attract even more powerhouses. His soul force quietly spread out as he continued to investigate. Soon he discovered the identity of the person who spoke. It was actually a woman wearing a black robe. She was very mysterious. Most importantly, she had all the characteristics of the rotten race. This meant that she was a member of the rotten race. Difficult, the monster was targeting them. However, Lin Ling also realized that this woman was very strong. She was so strong that even if he, Lin Ling, unleashed his full strength, he was still no match for her. This person is definitely an enemy and he's so strong. This is going to be troublesome. Ling said to Longyang and the others. The encirclement of the great god clans was one thing, but there was also the rotten race hiding in the dark. Haha, you are Lin Ling. If the god ancestor knew you were here, he would not have let you go. Unfortunately, the god ancestor missed you. At this time Yin Chuangyu laughed loudly. He seemed to be very excited. Perhaps he also knew what Lin Ling represented. He was the #1 enemy of the Silver Moon clan. If he could capture him, it would mean that he was the #1 hero of the Silver Moon clan. Lin Ling. I remember the person who spoiled the plans of the Myriad Sea clan on the 5th level. Elder One also stared coldly at Lin Ling too. The great god clans looked as if they were looking at prey. If they wanted to capture Lin Ling in the beginning, their desire to capture him was 100 times greater now. This Lin Ling is the most wanted criminal of the Silver Moon clan. You can have the others, but Lin Ling must be mine. Yin Chuangyu looked at Elder Wan and said. Elder Wan frowned. How could he agree? However, when he thought of how Lin Ling had destroyed the Silver Moon clan's branch, he finally compromised. Extinguish clan. No one could take this lying down. He could not win against the Silver Moon clan. I want the other 3 host bodies of the will of the realms. Elder Wan stated his own request. All right. Yin Chuangyu laughed coldly. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you have been hiding for so many years. Now your identities have finally been exposed. I can tell you that from this moment on, every day will be like a year. The 6th level will be your nightmare. No one will help you. Hearing this, many people nodded secretly. The 6th level was the territory of the God clan. After Lin Ling and the others' identities were exposed, they would have no helpers or backers. Even if they could escape today, they would not be able to escape tomorrow. Moreover, Lin Ling would not be able to escape today either. While many people believed that once the news spread in the Purple Wind Cave, Lin Ling and the others' lives would be even more difficult. Lin Ling, do you think you can still escape this time? Silver asked. Chuangyu said again, I forgot to tell you that I am Yin Chuangyu, the 7th son of the Silver Moon ancestor god. Yin Chuangshi, who was killed by young Master Ming last time, was the 9th son. We were all transformed by a ray of moonlight from the silver moon ancestor. Now you have not only destroyed our branch family, but also killed the ancestor's son. Do you know how serious your crime is? Lin Ling. Thunder shouted. Gong looked at Lin Ling and tried to figure out what to do with Lin Ling. With the current situation, we can only try our best to break out of the encirclement. However, I suspect that even if we break into the auction house, with the news that our identities have been exposed, the auction house will probably not be able to protect us. Our next target is the 18 Dragon Mountains. Lin Ling sent a telepathic message to Yin Chuangyu. Then he went all out and flew towards Yin Chuangyu without a word. He activated Lin Ling's universe, talent fusion, Panga's attack, and even the slightly recovered 3 ultimate breaks of the universe. Most importantly, light appeared in his hand and quietly condensed into a sword. Sword of thought. What? They were shocked by Lin Ling's choice. At this time, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack? Of course. They knew that when the main forces of the 2 god clans arrived, there would be a middle-stage universe giant god expert. You overestimate yourself. Elder One smiled disdainfully. In his opinion, Lin Ling was walking into a trap. Yin Chuangyu was not afraid at all. His body shook and countless moonlight sprinkled down. Suddenly he turned into a huge moonlight giant. His godly power had reached 280 trillion. The most frightening thing was that his universe was also the 5 realms, and he had a powerful godly body. This godly body could turn all attacks into nothingness. Unless it was a powerful godly power, it would not be able to hurt him. So powerful. Witnessing Yin Chuangyu's powerful strength, their expressions changed. Clang. Silver in Chuangyu's body, the silver moonlight was like snow, but it also emitted the sound of metal clashing. Lin Ling, do you know how to write the words courting death? He was also domineering enough to say this sentence. A figure shot over, getting closer and closer to Yin Chuangyu. It was Lin Ling, and the silver light on Yin Chuangyu's body also shot toward Lin Ling. Oh. What was more shocking was that Lin Ling's body was protected by a powerful universe, which actually blocked more than half of the silver light. Moreover, even if the silver light penetrated the universe and landed on Lin Ling's body, it was blocked by his powerful body. That body was like a piece of diamond, ignoring godly power. What? Chapter 5199. Not bad. Yin Chuangyu narrowed his eyes and was slightly surprised. However, at that moment, there was a roar that sounded like a bronze bell hitting his head. It was the universe's 3 extremes break. However, Yin Chuangyu's divine body was indeed powerful. It was as if it was condensed by a ray of light and was immune to most soul power attacks. It could be said that he was now the light and it was the ancient moonlight. That's all you've got? Although Yin Chuangyu's mind was hit hard, he was still clear-headed. He looked at the sky and punched. His fist released endless ripples that affected the entire Purple Wind Cave's sky. It was an extremely bright punch. Boom. Lin Ling also punched out with all his strength. However, after the collision his entire arm went numb. Starting from his fist, it began to turn into nothingness, turning into moonlight. Lin Ling's expression changed. He shook his left arm and his entire left arm broke. When it fell to the ground, it turned into a bright moonlight arm. If it weren't for Lin Ling's quick reflexes, he would have been turned into moonlight by now. Yin Chuangyu was much more powerful than Yin Chuangshi. His divine body was invincible. Haha, what other tricks do you have? Yin Chuangyu laughed. What a joke. A saint dared to touch him? He was courting death. Looking at Lin Ling again, although he had lost an arm, he was not injured. At that moment, his expression was extremely serious. He knew how powerful Yin Chuangyu was. Of course, his expression was solemn, but he didn't notice that the others were also solemn. That was because a mere saint could actually get close to Yin Chuangyu. One had to know that Yin Chuangyu was the best among the gods. It was not strange to say that he was the overlord of the gods. Lin Ling did not know about Yin Chuangyu's power, but how could they not know? On the 6th level, Yin Chuangyu was an existence that defeated all the itinerant cultivators on the 6th level other than the gods. He was also ranked as one of the top 100 on the 6th level and was not to be trifled with. What are you being so arrogant for? However, at that moment a voice was heard. The dark chi in the sky rolled, and a bronze door suddenly opened. There were a total of 9 of them. After these doors opened, a powerful reincarnation force locked onto Yin Chuangyu. His moonlight divine body seemed to be pulled up. Young Master Ming. A smile appeared on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth when he witnessed this scene. If young Master Ming and the others still didn't emerge from their closed-door cultivation, then they would be completely annihilated as well. Young Master Ming. At the same time, he knew how powerful young Master Ming was. However, when young Master Ming's 9 bronze gates locked onto Yin Chuangyu, a terrifying gust of wind rushed over. Then a huge sacred mountain appeared in the sky. The sacred mountain was filled with green bamboos. As the bamboos swayed slightly, the wind came from the sacred mountain. When the wind blew on Yin Chuangyu's body, his moonlight divine body was clearly transforming. Yin Chuangyu was also crying out in pain. It seemed like he was starting to get injured. Against Qing Zhu and Qing Yu's joint attack, he wouldn't be able to hold them off for a while. Lin Ling. Meanwhile, a clear and melodious shout resounded, and it was Qing Zhu's voice. Lin Ling looked over and instantly understood. He held the sword of faith in his right hand and shot it out. Although Yin Chuangyu was very strong, with Qing Zhu and the others suppressing him, Lin Ling might be able to hurt him. Stop him. Seeing that their young master was being suppressed, an elder from the Silver Moon race shouted. Rumble. The elites from the Silver Moon race came to help. Get lost. However, an ancient bell suddenly appeared in the sky and came crashing down. The gods of the Silver Moon race had a strange feeling that they were not in the Purple Wind Cave, but in the middle of a waterfall. It was extremely strange. There were many gods who attacked, but they were all sealed in an instant. This showed how powerful the attacker was. Holy unification. Lin Ling looked up. He knew who had attacked. After all, that bell was the Donghuang bell. Yin Chuangyu, weren't you very fierce before? Why are you barking like a dog now? Lin Ling looked at Yin Chuangyu. Lin Ling, the host of the Trash World's consciousness, can only rely on others? Yin Chuangyu was in great pain, but he still laughed coldly. You also suppressed me with your cultivation level. What are you so proud of? If you are a saint, fight me. Let's see if I can chop off your head. Also, when it comes to bullying, you should see how many people there are in your 2 celestial races. Lin Ling's sword of faith came down from the sky and hit the ground. Yin Chuangyu was annoyed by Lin Ling's words. In terms of cultivation level, he was higher than Lin Ling, and in terms of numbers, he had more people than Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling had joined forces with others, it made sense. They can hurt me, but you want to hurt me? Dream on. Then Yin Chuangyu roared. His body surged like waves, and his divine body turned illusory again. Obviously, he had unleashed his true strength. Now, his hatred for Lin Ling had already surpassed that of young Master Ming. Of course, both of them deserved to die for daring to kill the Silver Moon race. It was a pity that he had underestimated Lin Ling. In fact, even without the help of Qing Zhu and the others, Lin Ling's sword could still hurt him. It was just that it would be difficult to hit him. With the help of Qing Zhu and the others, Yin Chuangyu could only take Lin Ling's sword head-on. Impossible, this sword can hurt Yin Chuangyu? At this moment, everyone was staring at the intense battle, afraid that they would miss something. Elder Wan waved his hand and stopped the Wanhai race from helping. He also wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was. Swoosh. The sword slashed down and endless lightning appeared. Then the divine fire burned. Looking at Yin Chuangyu's huge moonlight body, a deep sword mark appeared and slashed down from top to bottom. Rumble. Then a terrifying roar was heard as if the universe was collapsing. People saw that Yin Chuangyu's body was exploding continuously, as if firecrackers were lit. This force was so strong that young Master Ming and Qing Zhu couldn't block it. They retracted their attacks and looked at Yin Chuangyu. Lin Ling was also retreating. He kept thinking in his heart that there were too many great enemies now. However, Yin Chuangyu was too confident and wanted to kill him alone, which led to the current situation. But after this, if everyone knew how strong they were, they wouldn't care so much. At that time, it would be an even more intense battle. Most importantly, there were many middle-stage universe giant gods present, and a few early-stage universe giant gods were also very strong. Just as Lin Ling was thinking, Yin Chuangyu's body finally exploded. Endless moonlight scattered on the ground, corroding it and even penetrating it. People were shocked. After a while, a figure reformed on the ground. It was Yin Chuangyu, but he was obviously seriously injured. There was no moonlight on his body and he was like a mortal. Moreover, there was a sword mark on his chest and blood was still gushing out. This sword didn't kill him but only seriously injured him. This fully showed how terrifying a god with an ancient godly body in a high realm was. He's injured. Chapter 5200. The entire Violet Wind Cave fell silent in an instant. Yin Chuangyu was still standing on the ground, but his face was twisted. Who was he? He was the seventh son of God Ancestor Silver Moon and one of the top 100 on the 6th level. There were many people who could hurt him, but none of them were here. You hurt me. He stared at Lin Ling, Green Bamboo and young Master Ming. His silver hair danced in the wind and the moonlight fell like snow. At the same time, a dazzling moonlight appeared behind him and turned into a beautiful divine beast. It was a moon horse. The moon horse was extremely beautiful, and its whole body was silver as if it was made to run in the Milky Way. It ran in the air, leaving behind countless mysterious runes. It's so beautiful. Many gods were attracted by the moon horse. Yin Chuangyu is seriously injured, but he can still use his strength. Elder One of the Sea Tribe was shocked. He had wanted to attack, but because of Yin Chuangyu's attack, he temporarily held back. The silver light fell on the ground and suddenly something terrible happened. Endless explosions occurred. The Purple Wind Cave seemed to be destroyed. Not to mention Lin Ling and the others, even the gods who were watching were implicated. Yin Chuangyu is crazy. Elder One's eyes narrowed. He knew that Yin Chuangyu's pride had been humiliated, so he went all out to kill Lin Ling and the others. However, Lin Ling and the others were the hosts of the world's will, and the Lord above them cared about them. It was not good to kill them. The most important thing was that everyone was implicated by this killing. What kind of power is this? It seems like the power of the godly body caused a big explosion. The gods in the Purple Wind Cave were frightened. The most terrible thing was that the snowflakes drifted with the wind and spread to other places in the Purple Wind Cave. In a short period of time, the explosions continued, and the weak gods were directly blown apart. Oh no. Lin Ling was anxious. He had just used all his trump cards and could not resist the snowflakes in the sky. The only thing he could rely on was the Five-Realm Universe. However, most of the snowflakes were flying toward Lin Ling. The Five-Realm Universe could not resist them. Bang bang bang. Sure enough, the universe outside Lin Ling's body was shaking. Even the entire Lin Ling universe was shaking. In Lei Gong's main hall, the people of the 9 continents were all affected. It was as if they had witnessed the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's universe continued to shatter. Lin Ling ran at full speed in the sky. His speed was incomparably fast, constantly avoiding the moonlight snowflakes. However, these moonlight snowflakes were like a universe, sealing Lin Ling's speed, making him feel as if he was suppressed in a space. The Lin Ling universe is going to collapse. Lin Ling also noticed the change. He had no choice but to take back the Lin Ling universe. Otherwise, if the universe was destroyed, he would suffer even more. However, after the universe was retracted, he would have to face the attacks of endless moonlight and snowflakes. At this moment, Qing Zhu and young Master Ming were also resisting the snowflakes. Of course, the amount of moonlight and snowflakes they faced was not as much as Lin Ling. They both unleashed their strength. At the same time, they looked at Yin Chuangyu and found that Yin Chuangyu's body seemed to be burning. It was obvious that he had used this move at the cost of his life. In that case, as long as they persevered a little longer, perhaps Yin Chuangyu would die by himself. However, they could persevere, but Lin Ling might not. Junior brother? Qing Zhu shouted and looked at Lin Ling in the distance. However, she found that Lin Ling was in danger. They wanted to help, but now they couldn't even protect themselves. Moreover, they were running out of time. Go to hell. Yin Chuangyu opened his hands with a ferocious expression. He wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible and of course young Master Ming. However, at this moment, the sound of a bronze bell suddenly arrived. The sound was so loud that it shook the moonlight and snowflakes away. Then a huge bronze bell appeared above Lin Ling's head, blocking all the snowflakes for him. What is this? People saw that the ancient bell blocked the moonlight and snowflakes as if the great Tao was useless. My lord. At the same time, a familiar voice came from the ancient bell. It was actually Xingyi. Now his strength was not the same as before. He was much stronger and could actually transform into the Donghuang Tai Bell. Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Then warmth rose in his heart. He had brought Xingyi out of Jiuzhou and accompanied him all the way to the battle. Now he had reached the second half of the Dao Pagoda. To Lin Ling, Xingyi was his brother. Rush out of the Purple Wind Cave. Lin Ling shouted at Xingyi. Holding the Donghuang bell with one hand, he rushed forward. It's that guy. Sure enough, he didn't let me down. Young Master Ming couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. He had long known that Xingyi was extraordinary. Now it really played a role. He couldn't help but look at Lei Gong and the others. He saw that Lei Gong's group of 3 and the 12-winged Yang God's group had joined forces and blocked the moonlight snowflakes falling from the sky. It seemed that the group of people introduced by Lin Ling really didn't disappoint. Rumble. Endless moonlight snowflakes fell on the ground. It looked beautiful, but when they fell on the ground it was a kind of destruction. A large number of gods were either killed or injured. Their divine power couldn't block it. What a terrifying move. People saw how powerful Yin Chuangyu was. It was simply beyond imagination. However, when they looked at Lin Ling, they saw that Lin Ling was holding the Donghuang bell and was angrily smashing the snowflakes. He was actually trying to break out of the encirclement. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling gave people the feeling that he was the Donghuang Tai. And behind Lin Ling, Qing Zhu and young Master Ming were following to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're trying to escape. When Yin Chuangyu saw this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't expect that Lin Ling still had a trump card with him. He instantly recognized that it was the Donghuang bell. Why would such an ancient treasure belong to Lin Ling? However, the power in his body continued to weaken. If it didn't stop, he would die. I'm so angry. He looked up to the sky and cursed. Finally, he had to withdraw the moonlight horse in the sky. However, his furious move changed the situation. Many people of the Silver Moon clan were implicated. On the contrary, no one on Lin Ling's side died. Moreover, Lin Ling and the others were about to break out of the encirclement. Yin Chuangyu is too impulsive. In the auction, Mr. Mu looked at this scene and shook his head. Yin Chuangyu is the 7th son of the Silver Moon God ancestor and one of the top 100 on the 6th floor. He was injured by Lin Ling. His pride won't allow him to be humiliated like this. Mr. Bai said indifferently. Then he smiled and said, it's best if Lin Ling and the others can break out of the Purple Wind Cave. It's not that simple. However, Mr. Mu shook his head. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Sure enough, the Myriad Sea clan attacked. Elder Wan raised his hands and an endless sea appeared. It turned into a universe and blocked this area. He was a middle-stage universe giant god. His godly power was terrifying. Even the universe was at the top of the 5 realms. Moreover, he had the godly body of the Myriad Sea clan. Chapter 5201. God's Net. After Elder Wan activated his technique, he waved his hand and a frightening, resplendent net spilled out, covering Lin Ling and the others. The net was full of flickering runes, and a strong smell of the ocean wafted over. According to legend, the Myriad Oceanic tribe was the sea demon of the first ocean in the universe. They were also the ancestors of the Myriad Oceanic tribe. Lin Ling, ignore him. I'll do it. At this moment, Qing Zhu's voice was heard. She transformed into a giant white ape, holding a green bamboo in her hand and swept it fiercely. Rumble. With this sweep, the god's net was swept away. This terrifying power shocked everyone once again. Star of the 3 moons. The giant ape spoke in human language. Suddenly, she stabbed the green bamboo in her hand into the sky and knelt down like incense. Immediately, endless starlight rushed out of the bamboo and covered the sky. The entire Purple Moon Cave seemed to have been sealed in a universe. No, it was more accurate to say that it was sealed in a cave. The experts of the Myriad Oceanic tribe were all sealed. This? Everyone gasped. They did not expect the woman to be even stronger. Moreover, to use green bamboo as incense, what kind of technique was that? This guy obviously hid his strength when he fought with me. Young Master Ming looked at Qing Zhu with a smile. If Qing Zhu used this technique, he estimated that he would not be able to block it. Only Lin Ling could guess that this technique seemed to be passed down by Patriarch Bodhi. It could be said to be one of her life-saving trump cards. Junior brother, take them away. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up later. At this moment, Qing Zhu's voice floated over. Lin Ling did not hesitate and led everyone away. He knew that senior sister was not as simple as she seemed. She would definitely be able to escape. Now, the Myriad Oceanic tribe was stopped by Qing Zhu alone. Only the Silver Moon tribe was left chasing after Lin Ling and the rest. Moreover, Yin Chuangyu of the Silver Moon tribe had lost the ability to fight. It would not be difficult for Lin Ling and the rest to escape from the Purple Wind Cave. This group of people is indeed abnormal. This is not strange. One of the 9 stars of the universe, and the others are the hosts of the world's will. They are all comets of the current era. How can they be measured by common sense? The 2 tribes have failed. Witnessing this scene, many gods of the Purple Wind Cave were shocked. Bang! However, just as Lin Ling and the others were about to rush out of the auction area, a figure suddenly blocked their path. It was the woman from the rotten tribe. Oh, I forgot about her. Lin Ling's expression changed. It was this woman who had exposed their identities. This woman was clearly an enemy. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape. You've spoiled my plans time and time again. Now that I've finally found you, I'm going to refine your world will. On the other side, the woman with her head lowered slowly raised her head and spoke in human language. Then she slowly took off her cloak, revealing a delicate face. Her skin was grayish-brown. Surprisingly, it was not dirty's. It's you? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from Lin Ling's side. Moreover, this voice was clearly different. It was filled with intense shock. Lin Ling turned around and realized that the one who spoke was young Master Ming. Ever since young Master Ming was being hunted down, he had remained calm. The only exception was when he killed Yin Shuangshi. This time he was actually so shocked. Could it be that this woman had a very powerful background? Young Master Ming? Lin Ling and the others looked at young Master Ming. He's the god of decay. No, more accurately, he's an avatar of the god of the underworld. Young Master Ming stared at the woman and said solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed greatly. The god of decay, the leader of the rotten tribe, was here too? No one expected the god of decay to be a woman. He doesn't differentiate between men and women. Young Master Ming continued, he's also one of the 9 stars of the universe, so I can recognize him. Young Master Ming, how have you been? The woman did not interrupt Lin Ling and the others. She only spoke after Lin Ling and the others had finished. God of decay, how have you been? Young Master Ming replied, but his face was serious. Many of the 9 stars of the universe were very powerful, and the god of decay was one of them. Now that the god of decay was blocking their way, it would be difficult for them to escape. This is more troublesome than I thought. Lin Ling frowned as well. However, at this moment young Master Ming said, there's still a chance. Even though it's very slim, at least we won't die because that's one of the decay god's clones. Lin Ling nodded. Young Master Ming, we're allies, so you don't have to interfere. Leave by yourself. The woman smiled. Her target was obviously all of the world's will hosts. Of course, other than young Master Ming, she did not care about the 12-winged sun god and Saint Yi. After all, the solar celestial race had a grudge against her, so killing them was not a big deal. So, as for Saint Yi, she was very interested in his Donghuang bell. I'm not leaving. Young Master Ming said suddenly. The woman was surprised. She knew that young Master Ming was not a kind person. She smiled and said, Young Master Ming, you only have one chance. Do you really want to miss it? Don't think that I won't kill you just because you're one of the 9 stars of the universe. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll forever stay on the 6th level. Moreover, I know that your goal is to unify the underworld. So, if you die here, how will you accomplish your goal? It's not worth it for them. In her opinion, young Master Ming and Lin Ling were not familiar with each other, so he would not continue to go against them. As expected, when she mentioned unifying the underworld, young Master Ming's expression changed, and his eyes continued to flicker. Young Master Ming, you should leave. At this moment Lin Ling spoke. He could see that young Master Ming was in a dilemma. However, if young Master Ming stayed, not only would he not be of any help, but he would also lose his life. Since that was the case, Lin Ling decided to do him a favor at little cost. Lin Ling. Young Master Ming looked at Lin Ling and sighed. I'm sorry. It's okay. Lin Ling did not mind. No, I'm not apologizing to you. However, what young Master Ming said next surprised Lin Ling. Then he saw young Master Ming looking at the god of decay and smiling. The sentence is for you. Young Master Ming. The god of decay's eyes narrowed. He somewhat understood why young Master Ming said that. Young Master Ming did not intend to leave. If he stayed, it would mean that he was an enemy of the god of decay, and he would not show mercy. How can I say this? I invited them. Now that they are in trouble, I can't abandon them. Young Master Ming smiled. His aura surged as if he was going to fight to the death. The ancient bronze door hovered above his head, which also represented his determination. In the distance, countless deities were watching. When they found out that the woman was the clone of the god of decay, they were all shocked. Of course, young Master Ming's decision was also beyond their imagination. Alright, I've given you a chance. You made a mistake, so don't blame me. From now on, the 9 stars of the universe will have one less person. At that moment, the god of decay seemed to have decided to kill young Master Ming. Chapter 5202. Rot God, the leader of the 12 god clans. No one expected that he would come in person today. Although the 6th floor belonged to the god clan, it was still extremely rare for the leader of the god clan to come in person. And all of this was for Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling. Rot God looked at Lin Ling with appreciation in his eyes. You are very powerful. You brought other world will hosts and walked step by step to the second half of the Dao Pagoda. Originally, I thought that no matter how strong you were, you would be limited and would never be comparable to us veteran experts. However, your growth is too fast. I know that one day, you will stand at the top of the Celestial Clan, and the 12 Celestial Clans will not dare to underestimate you. Moreover, Dipankara Buddha has the same opinion. He even thinks highly of you and thinks that you will surpass the Celestial Clan. You have escaped disaster time and time again, but this time I will personally take action. You will not be able to escape. The importance he attached to Lin Ling had clearly surpassed that of the other world will hosts. When the gods in the distance heard this, their hearts sank. They did not expect that Lin Ling would be so important in Rot God's heart. One must know that Rot God was one of the leaders of the 12 god clans. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was not happy at all. Instead, he was very unhappy. It seemed that he had become a thorn in the side again. In the first half of the Dao Pagoda, it was nothing. However, in the second half, there were many experts and many old monsters who had not come out yet. Lin Ling, pray that you will have good luck. Rot God's body was filled with black smoke. He was like a shadow bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Looking carefully, some of these shadows turned into mountains, some into giant bears and some into divine leopards. Divine beasts appeared one after another. Most importantly, they were formed by the endless corrosive gas of the universe. When the god clan ancestor took action, the gods of the Purple Wind Cave stayed far away, afraid of being implicated. Yin Chuangyu of the Silver Moon clan cursed. Lin Ling and the others were the prey of the Silver Moon clan, but now they had been snatched away by the Rot race. He hurriedly informed god ancestor Silver Moon, hoping that the old man could send the other 9 Silver Moon children to help. The myriad oceanic race was also very anxious, but they were stopped by green bamboo. They could only watch as Lin Ling and the others were taken away by the rotten race. Rotten deity, we've been through several life and death situations along the way. This shows that our luck has always been good. Rotten deity, if you want to kill us, you won't necessarily succeed. However, at that moment, a voice came from behind Lin Ling. Looking carefully, it was actually the 12-winged Yang God. Everyone looked at the 12-winged Yang God. Previously, people had ignored her. After all, she seemed to be dispensable. But now she had spoken. The god of decay frowned and suddenly looked into the distance. He saw a blazing sun appear in the east, shining brilliantly in all directions. This light was also expelling the decay energy. Solar God race. The god of decay's expression changed slightly. After a quick check, he immediately knew that it wasn't the son of light who had come. However, that was still the sun god race's base camp, and there were many experts there. Right now, he was only a clone, so it was difficult for him to fight against so many members of the sun god race. Solar God race. The expressions of the gods of the Purple Wind Cave also changed drastically. Moreover, they could tell that it was their main camp. Sunburn. An ancient voice came as 9 suns appeared in the sky. Endless sunlight shone down and burned the earth. All of this sunlight shone on the god of decay, sealing him within. Lin Ling, you guys go. We'll stop the god of decay. A dense group of solar god race appeared in the sky. They had beautiful wings behind their backs. The weakest had 20 wings and there were thousands of them. With so many experts in such numbers, it was no wonder that they could suppress the god of decay. Thank you. Lin Ling was overjoyed and gratefully bowed. He led the group forward. However, not long after, another expert blocked their path. This time Lin Ling's group had already rushed out of the Purple Wind Cave. The expert in front of them was a Buddha. Although he was only one person, his strength was heaven-defying. Moreover, Lin Ling also recognized him. This was because he was from the 3 divine gates of the primal chaos realm, Great Buddha Baishan. Once in the primal chaos realm, Great Buddha Baishan represented the 3 divine gates of the White Mountain to capture Lin Ling. In the end, he was defeated by the joint forces of the giant ghost and little Kunlun. Now he had come to the Dao Tower and blocked Lin Ling at this time. Lin Ling, you still want to escape this time. The huge Buddha floated in the sky and looked down at everyone. Endless Buddhist light filled the air and suppressed the earth. Another expert. Everyone in the Purple Wind Cave looked up. In order to capture Lin Ling and the others, how many experts had been dispatched? The Silver Moon race, the Myriad Sea race, the Decaying race's ancestor, and now there was a powerful Buddha. That's Great Buddha Baishan of the Primal Chaos Realm's 8 great gods. Someone recognized the Buddha covered in Buddhist light. His face was solemn. This time the experts dispatched were even more powerful. Great Buddha Baishan. Lin Ling also looked at the Buddha in shock. He knew that things were troublesome. Great Buddha Baishan was one of the 3 Buddhas under Dipankara Buddha. With their strength it was difficult to fight against him. What powerful strength! Young Master Ming's face was also solemn. He thought that he had enough enemies, but Lin Ling's side had even more enemies. Moreover, each of them was an existence that could not be underestimated. Let's fight. Lin Ling nodded to young Master Ming. At this time, the only way was to break out of the encirclement. Everyone immediately unleashed their strength. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had already recovered all of his trump cards. He led the group and charged over. They're going to fight. Everyone stared at this scene, their hearts hanging in the air. Could Lin Ling and the others escape? Unfortunately, for many powerful gods, Lin Ling and the others could not escape. It was difficult, extremely difficult. Lin Ling took the lead. With the powerful Lin Ling universe, innate talent fusion, Panga strike, and universe's 3 extremes break, he attacked. In his hand he held the Sword of Faith. Behind him, young Master Ming used the Bronze Gate and the power of underworld reincarnation to attack. Lei Gong, Little Luan, Long Yang, and the 12-winged Yang God were also urging the power of the world will. The combination of all their powers was so powerful that it could kill any deity or middle-stage universe giant god. Monster. Die. In the sky, Great Buddha Baishan sat cross-legged and slapped down with his huge Buddha palm. Sand and pebbles flew. Under this huge palm, the space actually turned into glass-like fragments. The wind and waves were so terrifying that it directly crashed into the Purple Wind Cave, causing a powerful shock wave to rush into the sky. On the entire 6th floor, countless gods looked in the direction of the Purple Wind Cave. They all knew that a great battle had broken out there. Block it. The huge palm slapped down. Lin Ling and the others gritted their teeth as they felt a gust of wind that wanted to blow them into nothingness. At the front of the team was Lin Ling, young Master Ming, and Saint Yi. The 3 of them had the strongest defense, but they were still unable to block it. Chapter 5203. Although Shaoluan's creation did not have a strong defense, it had a miraculous effect. It created a large amount of universal laws, distorting the power of the Baishan Buddha and sending it to another place. Rumble. Shaoluan's power was transmitted to the Purple Wind Cave, and the terrifying divine power destroyed the earth, implicating countless gods. Oh my god! They stared at the sky and roared. No one had expected the battle to reach such an intense stage. Lin Ling and the others have attracted too many powerful beings. At the auction, Mr. Mu and the gods of the auction watched with solemn expressions. Clearly they did not expect such a huge battle to occur. Can Lin Ling and the others stop it? Mr. Bai asked solemnly. Mr. Mu did not say anything because in his heart, Lin Ling and the others would not be able to stop the Baishan Buddha. That Buddha was the most powerful being on the 6th level. Rumble. As expected, the golden palm in the sky was still smashing down. Lin Ling and the others rushed to the sky, but they were all suppressed. It was obvious that if Lin Ling and the others could not stop it, they would not be able to escape from the Buddha. How can it be so powerful? Lin Ling was anxious. He realized that the Baishan Buddha was even more powerful than before. His power of faith could not break the Baishan Buddha's palm. Moreover, he felt that the Buddha's palm was actually the divine power, but the divine power was so powerful that even the world's will could not stop it. Lin Ling, you guys go. I'll bring him to the underworld. At this time, young Master Ming suddenly said coldly. He seemed to have a backup plan. Young Master Ming, hurry up and bring him in. Saint Yi held the Donghuang bell and said in surprise. No. However, Lin Ling immediately stopped him. He had a feeling that young Master Ming could not stop the Baishan Buddha. The only reason he could bring him into the underworld was because he was risking his life. Lin Ling. Young Master Ming frowned. All right, enough. Let's fight together. Lin Ling said coldly. He did not expect young Master Ming to be so loyal. Young Master Ming still frowned, but he did not say anything. The other's impression of young Master Ming also changed. First, he killed Yin Chuangshi and now he seemed to be trustworthy. However, the Baishan Buddha's giant palm, the pressure on everyone. Among them, the 12-winged Yang God was trembling. Apparently he had reached his limit. Gradually, it was the Thunder God's turn. In the end, his offense was strong but his defense was weak. In terms of defense, Young Master's defense, he was not as strong as Long Yang and the others. Lin Ling, my previous suggestion. Young Master Ming said again. Don't mention that matter again. Just hang in there. There will definitely be a way. Young Master Ming's heart. However, Lin Ling looked calm but in fact he was very anxious. He kept looking for a way. When he thought of the square prison he shouted, Brother Guangchengzi, Brother Monkey, come and help. However, there was a short silence in the square prison. Then Guangchengzi's voice came, Lin Ling, there are too many people watching now. We don't want to be exposed. However, if you are in danger we will definitely help. Although he had received a promise, Lin Ling was still uneasy. After all, he also heard that Guangchengzi and the others seemed to be afraid. He did not know what they were afraid of. Rumble. Lin Ling and the others continued to be suppressed, and they were getting closer and closer to the ground. Many people began to shake their heads, thinking that Lin Ling and the others could not resist. Whoosh. However, at this moment an arrow was shot. It was extremely powerful, shooting out the sun, the moon, the stars, the universe's divine fire, and the divine thunder rolling around the arrow. Rumble. The arrow collided with the giant palm, forming a coherent reaction. The whole sky seemed to be shattered. It felt like a cage was broken. Amit Ba. In the sky, the White Mountain Buddha narrowed his eyes. He was obviously angry. He almost suppressed Lin Ling and the others. Who was the one causing trouble at such a critical moment? Moreover, the attack power of that arrow was beyond imagination. Whoosh. At this moment, another arrow was shot. It was even more powerful than the previous one. With a boom, the White Mountain Buddha's palm was pushed back. What a powerful arrow. It can kill a god-level giant universe god. People gasped. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying and fatal arrow. And this was not the end. 4 more arrows appeared, circling each other and attacking the giant Buddha's palm. Rumble. The power of these 4 arrows was so terrifying that they sent the White Mountain Buddha's palm flying. The whole Purple Wind Cave was in an uproar. Attack. The pressure on Lin Ling and the others was greatly reduced. They looked at the sky and then took the opportunity to attack the Buddha's palm crazily. Along the way, Lei Gong roared and a powerful destructive power burst out. Previously he was suppressed and could not use his strength. Now it was his turn to attack. The power of his attack was only slightly weaker than Lin Ling's power of faith. With the joint attack of several people and the help of the mysterious arrows, they finally destroyed the giant Buddha's palm in the sky. Looking at the White Mountain Buddha, his face was full of anger. Someone was helping them. Who was it? He was furious because he had almost caught Lin Ling when he was in the chaotic realm. In the end, 2 powerful cultivators had helped Lin Ling. Now it was another chance. Moreover, they had more helpers on their side. However, another helper had appeared on Lin Ling's side, and it was a very powerful helper. Damn it. Looking at the rotten god and the other enemies, their faces were gloomy. Although it was difficult for them to catch Lin Ling, they still wanted Lin Ling and the others to be caught. However, they were disappointed again. It's him. At this moment, Jianghu was still fighting against the myriad sea tribe, but her eyes flashed as she guessed something. It's him. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and also guessed who it was. However, he did not expect that this person's strength would suddenly become so strong. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. I will stop them. At this time, 2 figures finally appeared in the sky. It was a man and a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful and unforgettable. The man was dressed in silver armor and looked majestic. He was full of masculinity. They were Bai Yuxing and his wife. Unexpectedly, they had also come to the 6th level. Moreover, Bai Yuxing's strength had greatly increased. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. Bai Yuxing also shouted at Lin Ling. That day, Lin Ling had saved him and his wife from the myriad sea tribe. Not only was he not grateful, he even cursed Lin Ling. Because of this, he had chased after Lin Ling and reached the 6th level. His goal was to repay his kindness. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled at Bai Yuxing. I should be the one saying thank you. Bai Yuxing shook his head. When he was at his weakest, it was Lin Ling and Jianghu who helped him. Now that he had recovered part of his strength, he naturally wanted to help Lin Ling. Moreover, he felt that he owed Lin Ling more than now. A few arrows would be enough to repay him. Hurry up and leave. He shouted again, I've discovered that many gods are hurrying over. Leave this place immediately. Chapter 5204. They are going to escape. Many people saw through Lin Ling's intentions and shouted. Rumble. White Mountain Buddha's body rumbled as his eyes widened in anger. This time he could not let Lin Ling and the others escape. Light gathered around his body as he prepared a powerful killing move. But at this moment, a cold aura locked onto him, causing him to look up. In the distance, a man in armor was floating. It was Bai Yuxing. He was holding a huge divine bow that was more than 2 meters long. One end of the bow was fiery red, and the other end was azure with frost chi. It filled the air. One ice and one fire like the origin of the universe. White Mountain Buddha sucked in a cold breath. Although the man's cultivation level was not high, the bow could not be underestimated. Ho Yi's divine bow, he said in a low voice. This caused an uproar in the nearby area. Ho Yi's divine bow was one of the strongest divine weapons in the chaotic universe. In terms of killing gods, this divine bow was second to none. The appearance of Ho Yi's divine bow meant that the man was the incomparably famous Ho Yi. However, it was said that the man was suppressed by a powerful god and reincarnated. Why would he appear here now? For a moment, White Mountain Buddha did not dare to move. He could only watch as Lin Ling left. Catch them and there will be rewards. At this moment, someone shouted, causing the gods who were watching a good show to become restless. Now that Lin Ling and the others are exhausted, this is the best time. You can easily obtain endless treasures. Longshire, what are you standing there for? In the 6th level, the strong are respected. If you want to control your own fate, you can only rely on treasures. The voices grew louder and louder, causing endless echoes. Finally, someone's eyes turned red as he quietly mobilized his divine energy. Let's go, let's go. Lin Ling took the lead and led everyone to escape. However, as everyone had guessed, they had been through several battles and were already exhausted. Especially the final clash with White Mountain Buddha, they had almost no divine energy left. These people are crazy. Saint Yi took some time to look at the gods and cursed. That's normal. This is the 6th level. In order to become stronger, you can do anything. Lei Gong replied. The few of them rushed out of the encirclement and approached the 18 Dragon Mountains. From afar, they could vaguely see the magnificent 18 Dragon Mountains. The mysteries of the 18 Dragon Mountains were boundless. It was like a huge universe. After entering it, there was no doubt that it could block the detection of the gods. Ah, caught you. But at this time, a group of people appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. These people were the powerhouses of the Nine Conch clan. Although they hadn't mobilized their main camp yet, there were still quite a number of them. If they were stopped by a single unit, coupled with the black mass of gods behind them, Lin Ling and the others would be in a very troublesome situation. Damn it. Young Master Ming couldn't help but curse. Hee, are you very angry? That's right, we want to anger you to death. The 9 Conch clan's powerhouses all had sinister smiles on their faces. They were incomparably pleased with themselves. Lord Lin Ling, the Silver Moon clan, has caught up. At the same time, Xing Yi looked behind him and saw that Yin Chuangyu had mostly recovered. He was rushing over with the Silver Moon clan's gods. Moreover, there was a dazzling moonlight on Yin Chuangyu's chest that turned into a silver-haired figure. It was God Ancestor Silver Moon. Obviously, God Ancestor Silver Moon also knew about Lin Ling's appearance. He was so angry that his teeth itched. So that was Lin Ling not too long ago. If he had known, he wouldn't have let him go. Get lost. Lin Ling looked behind him and knew that he had to enter the 18 Dragon Mountains immediately. Hee, we won't leave. The 9 Conch clan's people were very despicable. They didn't attack and just stood there blocking the way. 9 Conch clan. Lin Ling and the others all remembered this name. Their faces were ashen. Lin Ling, we're here to help you. At this time, a voice suddenly came from Lin Ling's voice transmission talisman. Lin Ling was stunned. He quickly checked the voice transmission talisman and found that the Yellow Emperor and the others had come. Lin Ling was overjoyed by this great news. The Yellow Emperor and the others were not weak. Previously, they were fighting for Providence on the 5th level. Now they had finally arrived. Moreover, there was an expert among them. It was the Sage of Many Treasures. However, the Yellow Emperor and the others were still quite far away. It would take some time for them to arrive. Lin Ling, you guys enter the 18 Dragon Mountains. I'll stop the Nine Conch clan for you. At this time, another evil voice sounded. Then a figure slowly walked out of a huge tree. It was impossible to tell whether this person was male or female, nor whether he was old or young. He was wearing a loose robe and had extremely demonic facial features. The great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the great god of Spirit Nation to also be on the 6th level. He also didn't expect him to appear and help. I just happened to be nearby. When I heard about you, I rushed over. The great god of Spirit Nation walked over step by step. His voice was still cold. Go. If those gods catch up, you won't be able to leave. Thank you, great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling didn't care too much. He led young Master Ming and the others to the 18 Dragon Mountains. Who the F***ck are you? How dare you ruin my Nine Conch clan's plans? Seeing Lin Ling and the others rushing over, the gods of the Nine Conch clan cursed and stared at the great god of Spirit Nation. I'm your father. The great god of Spirit Nation opened his hands. A terrifying thing happened. The world spun and the area within 1,000 miles seemed to have turned into a universe. In the heart of the universe was a majestic divine nation. What kind of technique is this? I'm from Spirit Nation. The gods of the Nine Conch clan followed the whirlpool and quickly entered Spirit Nation. In the process they were also assimilated and gradually turned into people of Spirit Nation. Bang, bang, bang. When they came out of the whirlpool, they all stood beside the great god of Spirit Nation as if they were his loyal subordinates. This terrifying technique shocked everyone. One had to know that the gods of the Nine Conch clan were all early-stage universe giant gods. There was even a mid-stage expert. But now they were all on his side. Who is he? The gods who were rushing over from afar all exclaimed in surprise. What a powerful technique. No wonder the great god of Spirit Nation is ranked 3rd among the world will hosts. Lin Ling and the others rushed into the 18 Dragon Mountains. Lin Ling was also shocked. The intense battle today made him realize that he wasn't strong enough. If it weren't for the continuous appearance of helpers, he would definitely have died here today. Lin Ling, that is. Young Master Ming was also shocked by the strength of the great god of Spirit Nation. The world will host the great god of Spirit Nation. He's an old rival of mine. We came out from the void of the 9 continents together. Lin Ling replied. Speaking of the great god of Spirit Nation, he sighed. They were once mortal enemies. But after coming to the Dao realm they were like friends and foes. They had gone through ups and downs together. Now their relationship was very delicate. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.